again. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you, starting with the honorable members, as well as our municipalities from Vembe district and officials who are part of the city. Before all of us, I think we all have an agenda. And it will flow in that order, except if there are other things that we think they are necessary to be part of this important session. Thank you very much. For me to welcome you, let me start by saying, as we said, we are appreciating that you all are trying to avail yourself for this important session, but let me take you through the reason why we are here, so that we must all be on board. This is informed by your submissions to Treasury on Section 71, the reports that are consolidated for submission to the legislature. These reports are then referred to the oversight committees for further scrutiny. I just wanted to go to that point, that here we are having two portfolio committees from legislature. It's from Treasury as well as CoGHSTA, which works directly with you as well. And it is against this background that the joint committee called the municipalities to account on their performances. And I believe in Section 71, which is always signed off by the mayors, will entail everything, all the challenges, including the finances of the municipalities in particular, and many other activities or obligations as you are supposed to be taking them through. It's out of that background that we're all here. I think we'll all understand why now this invitation. Secondly, we'll be on item number 2. And before item number 2, I will start first with our officials. Mr. Tamar, to check if there are apologies for this meeting. I just want to start with number 3, then I'll go to number 2.
Good morning, Co-Chairperson Chief. My name is Tamara Kaiser, and morning to honorable members, Vembe District Municipalities combined, my colleagues here from the legislature, and also officials from CoGHSTA and Provincial Treasury. The apologies that we got from Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury, there is one from Honorable Member Mugawa. She has got family responsibilities, and also Honorable Member Smali has got political assignment to take care of. Safe to say that Honorable Member Rahwale, Honorable Member Majomani, and Honorable Member Kupama Wuza, possibly they might still be in the restaurant. They will be joining us in no less than time. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks once more. We are now on, let's go to item number 2 on the introduction, so that I must not be referred, or you must not refer to me as that black person or that short person. and I'll not mention other things. Don't describe me, just call me by my name. We are here, this sitting, as we said before, is a joint sitting by the two portfolio committees, which is Treasury and CoGHSTA. Normally it is shared by both chairpersons of the two portfolios. I will start introducing myself as Maseka Pierre, the chairperson of Treasury in Limpopo Legislature. And then the introduction will go in that order with the honorable members. From there, we'll take it back to our honorable councillors, then to our officials. In that order, honorable.
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings yourselves, Chair, honorable members present here, the mayor, speakers, chief whips who are present here, the MMs, the officials of the Department of CoGHSTA and Treasury, our support staff. I'm Pukani Maudu, a member of CoGHSTA Portfolio Committee. Thanks, Chair.
Inkomo kensin samashitulu tatana wana tatana pedi. Bula Joshua Mako ishiro sha committee ya Treasury ya Provincial na ka legislature la Provincial Limpopo.
Greetings. My name is Maurice Matabuche, the member of the Portfolio Committee of CoGHSTA.
Greetings, Chair. My name is Nachipe Pekat, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, CoGHSTA member. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. My name is P.C. Machete, member of CoGHSTA Committee.
Political heads first.
Councillor Kanizeni Godfrey Mawera, Mayor, Musina Local Municipality. Thank you.
Abshin, Councillor Maluleke Shadrack Gezani, Mayor of Collins Chaban Local Municipality.
Dolibuwa Councillor Dukas Manda Namboyi, Mayor Makado Local Municipality. Dimachoni Councillor Atumbos Devasara Lambuda, Mayor of Tulamela Local Municipality.
Speakers, also we have problem. We don't have speakers? Okay.
Thank you. Morning, Councillor Bumane Mukoba Miteleni, Speaker of Makado Local Municipality.
Abshin, Councillor Sia Pichirilele, Speaker Rashamas Palo Musina.
Morning, Councillor Baloi Mafemani Eric, Chief Whip, Collins Chaban.
The Machuron, Councillor Mbezitina Wangaselini, Speaker of Collins Chaban Local Municipality.
The Machuron Councillor Davana Chute, Speaker of Member District Municipality.
Chief Whips one, eh? Chief Whips, do I still have? Okay. I know you are with your municipal managers. Can you take it through to the municipal managers?
There is an apology of the Chief Whip of Member District Municipality.
Morning, Maputla TMD, Acting Municipal Manager, Vembe District Municipality. Thank you.
Good morning, Masana Jauke, CFO, Vembe District Municipality.
Good morning, Palagansala Peter,
Acting Municipal Manager, Municipal Municipality.
Good morning. I'm Risanga Shilenge, Municipal Manager, College Chavan Municipality.
There is also an apology from the Chief Whip of Makado Local Municipality.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kent Nemaname, the Municipal Manager, Makado Local Municipality.
Good morning, I'm Matul Ndicheni, the Acting Municipal Manager for Tulamela Local Municipality. We also got apology for the Speaker who will join us late due to family commitment, and the Chief Whip who will not join us due to bereavement. Thanks.
Can anyone introduce himself or herself now?
Good morning. My name is Liwani Tulare, Director Technical Services, Makado Municipality.
Morning, I'm SG Magub, Director Corporate Services, Makado Municipality.
Morning, my name is Godfrey Ralipada. I'm the CFO, Makado Municipality.
Good morning, my name is Aubrey Magunda, Director Development and Planning, Makado Local Municipality. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Azuyam Gwisirabari, Senior Manager Planning and Development, Provincial Local Municipality.
Good morning, my name is Nyele Dimanolenge, Chief Financial Officer, Provincial Local Municipality.
Ngezan Lemson Manlek, Senior Manager Community Services, Provincial Local Municipality.
Putabaloi, Senior Manager Technical Services, Provincial.
Mike Mtombe, Municipal Local Municipality, Acting General Manager, Technical Services.
Good morning, Lieutenant Mururana, Chief Financial Officer, Municipal Local Municipality.
Good morning, my name is Ramboli Wani, Acting Chief Financial Officer, Tulamela Municipality. CFO is committed, is attending class.
Good morning, my name is Shkalan Sati Mushwana, CoGHSTA.
Morning, my name is Sidwell Spire, Provincial Treasury, issued support.
Good morning, my name is Mujaji Sukwela from CoGHSTA, attached to Municipal Finance. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Ndia Vichelato from Limpopo Provincial Treasury, Director, Municipal Finance.
Good morning, I'm Ellen Tima, Chief Director, Municipal Finance at Provincial Treasury.
Morning, I'm Chalo Chilano from CoGHSTA, Municipal Finance.
Good morning, my name is Move Machiri, Acting General Manager, Technical Services, Vembe District Municipality.
Good morning, my name is Lavana Nyatela, Senior Manager from Masaj Limpopo Legislature.
Good morning, my name is Jilakane Pasha, I'm a researcher at Limpopo Legislature.
Good morning, I'm Justine Moasha, Committee Coordinator from Limpopo Legislature.
Good morning, Hotla James, Limpopo Legislature team.
Good morning, my name is Patricia Mbebe, Committee Coordinator, Limpopo Legislature. Thanks.
Tawela, Kenna Keisa Tama, Committee Coordinator, Limpopo Legislature.
Morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Mpereken Siari, Committee Coordinator of Provincial Legislature.
I think now we know each other, but I know that from Vembe, when I hear a word like RS, I will not be surprised. Bonechefefe, you may confuse him today as your former regional secretary of the ANC, so you might the slang, the tongue may slip and say RS, I will not be surprised. I'm just trying to conscientize others that they should not be surprised when they hear you saying that. Thank you very much, honorable members. And I had very little or very few of the CFOs, and we're going to talk much of finances of the municipalities. But anyway, I hope the panel mialena havutse kachivenda varazwamba rozodochimloza vute but they were why kufara eti matter da without much ado, let me go straight to confirmation and adoption of the agenda, honorable members. The mic, please help.
So thank you very much, and greetings to yourself and honorable members. I hereby move for the adoption of the agenda to guide us through this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Second.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am seconding Honorable Maklo, but also just to remind Chair that I think we are live on the YouTube and the Bobo Facebook. I thought you might just check your comments.
No, thanks. I'll hold my horses. I'll hold my horses. Anyway, as now this will be the agenda will follow as it has been adopted by this House. I will therefore not waste much time. The business of the day on the presentation by municipalities, we're just still going to follow this order as it appears on our agenda, which is 5.1 presentation by the Vembe District Municipality, which will be 5.1.1 Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003, in here monitoring section 721 reporting, 31st March 2026, and we really appeal that let us not go beyond the 30 minutes if possible, but will not constrain you because things might be more than what we expect. But I'm just saying in terms of managing time, let us try to move around that. And then we'll go straight to the questions and inputs by members in that order until we go to Musina, local municipality, Tulamela, local municipality, and Makado, local municipality. I will therefore request Executive Mayor of Vembe to ascend the stage and do the presentation. It is always better if you stand here so that this thing can support you as well.
Thank you, Program Director and colleagues. I, Councillor Mialan Chauke. You can go to the next page, which is the background. You can see the key performance area with this institutional health, financial health. We will also deal with the financial governance and the service delivery. Then we conclude with a summary of the recommendation. Next page. May you please go to page 5. You can see the colleagues, our integrated spatial planning, the align of the IDP 1 plan and the local and municipal spatial plans. We have also the economic corridors, which you can see there is the N1, R25, R23, R24, and R78 to improve connectivity, mobility, and access to economic opportunities. Our economic growth and special transformation, you can see there, which is Musina Makado, SEZ, which we strengthen economic activities along the corridors, the infrastructure LED development, environmental resilience, the rural settlement development, and the agriculture and agro processing. Let's go to the next page, which is the council stability. Program director. The council of the municipality is functional and continue to play its oversight role over the administration. For sure, you can see what we're doing and what we did even for the past 1 week that we are implementing. The council committee are also functional and sit regularly to receive report and progress made by various departments. The MPEC committee is also functional and continue to fulfill its legislative mandate. All key positions within the council and its committee is filled. Let's go to the next page, which is the planning, budget and reporting. The municipality is striving to make sure that all reports are represented to the council on a monthly and a regular basis. Program Director Chair, the strategy to align the budget and plans. You can see there that the municipality has developed the integrated development plan, which is the IDP, through the engagement with the different stakeholders, which stipulate all the projects to be done by the municipality for the period of 5 years. The municipality budget has been developed from what is the integrated development plan. As I said, I will just highlight, you will see there the next page, which is municipality staff regulations. The executive management has been informed of the staff regulation through the workshop session conducted by the CoGHSTA and the municipality. Policies are reviewed every 3 years and when it needs arises. The skill audit is conducted by ensuring that employees complete and submit the skill audit form in order to prepare training interventions. The performance management is also implemented. Let's go to page 9 to 10. The funding of the budget, which is important, Chair. The municipality has developed the funding plan, which is being monitored on a monthly basis. There is a reduction on the use of consultants and contracted services. The municipality is also implementing cost containment measures. Let's go to the next page, which is page 11. Which is also important to my institution, which is repair and maintenance. The municipality did not budget as per a required norm of 8%. However, the municipality is making use the personnel employed by the municipality who are dealing with repairs and maintenance. For sure, you can see every day, Chair. I'm proudly to say that when you see water every day coming out in the Lebe District Municipality, is through our workers that are dealing with the issues of repairs and maintenance. Most especially, we're doing well that area of Kuntamas into Mure and the areas of Collins Chawan. Next page, which is 12, which is the distribution losses. The municipality is losing a lot of revenue on this item. However, the municipality has a mitigation strategy as detailed, we have detailed the bulk water supply and metering, the upgrade and maintaining bulk water infrastructure and ensure all bulk supplier points are currently metered to establish reliable water balances and identify losses ongoing, Chair. Assistance to the poor and schools, detect and repair internal leaks at indigent households and schools to reduce avoidable water losses and improve water use efficiency. But this issue sometimes, Chair, you will find that maybe there is a borehole in one school around Musina, and that borehole, you know, it was done by the public works, but we continue doing our job and make sure that we repair that borehole ourselves as the district municipality. The linked repair contractors, the appointed dictated contracts to the repair leaks identified through leak detection programs, thereby reducing physical water losses. We have also developed fire hydrants audit, the audit map and maintaining all valves and fire hydrants to improve the network control. Let's go to the next page. We just show that the municipality is losing a lot of revenue to this item. However, the municipality has mitigation the strategies. You see there below, I will not read, but you will see numbers there. However, let's go to page 14, which is the non-compliance with the blue, with green drop, with green blue drop, which is very much important, this one, because we are the water authority. The municipality have improved in terms of blue drop performance. I'm proud of this chair, from 39.35 to 63.78%. I don't know why you want to take some of the responsibilities, Comrade Mawela and Maluleke, to say we must devolve some of the things because we've improved now. Don't know why we must devolve, say Vembe, must devolve operation and maintenance to local municipalities, whereas we're performing here, we're improving. So that thing must not happen. Even in terms of green drop, municipality has improved from 24 to 58%. You can go to an area like Chiraba, where there were leaks on a daily basis in Chiraba and around Mensina. I'm not saying now there are no leaks in Musina, but now we've ascended the team that stayed there in Musina permanently to deal with leaks. There are no longer sewer leaks in Shantino and Malamle. We have put a team there to deal with it. So these things to say we must devolve, it must not happen. It must never. You want my municipality to be like Waterberg. Then I left with HR. No. CoGHSTA, you must help us. We are not going to devolve that. We are performing now. The municipality has developed waste water risk abatement plans to improve the system by refurbishment of waste water system. The mayor can agree with us that we have hired more than 5 contractors to deal with ponds, including in Musina and Biap and areas in College Chawan like Fuai. There are no longer leaks, and the ponds now are in good conditions. We're dealing with that. The Department of Water and Sanitation training our personal artisanship to enable them to acquire trade certificates. Let's go to page 15, which is the funding of the budget. The following are the main contributing factor of the municipality budget not to be funded. The municipality is a grant dependent, very low revenue collection rate, growing debtors book and poor collection rate on the long outstanding debt is noted. the debt impairment provision appears to be understated when compared to the realistic collectible revenue. The creditors for exceeding income from collectible debtors, the repairs and maintenance as a percentage of PPE is less than 8% as per MFMA Circular 71. Let's go to page 16, which is the strategies to be implemented to have a budget funded. The municipality is currently implementing the budget funding as approved by council in order to enable the municipality to pass a funded budget. Revenue collection. This one is a headache. The implementation of prepaid metering at designated areas where there is a consistent water supply, like areas like Malamlele. In 2016, Honorable Mayor of Collins, from 2016 when there was a protest, say the people of areas of Malamlele want to the independent what. These people never paid revenue to us, that township. From 2016 until now, there's a concern. We've sent a team, CoGHSTA, we've sent a team led by technical and finance to go and engage stakeholders. I can report to you now that they even removed meters by themselves, but I can report to you now that we've installed meters. They are agreeing that they will pay revenue, including Vuan and Vaterfag. Yes, and Vaterfag. The revenue enhancement strategy, improving billing to areas that are receiving consistent water supply, especially rural and proclaimed areas. Let's go to the next page, which is the operating revenue for the June 2026. You can see there our service charges water, which we've tabled there. Let's go to page 19 with an operating expenditure for the June 2026, which we've tabled the adjusted budget, the year to date, and the percentage which we've the total expenditure there of 2,838,000 we've stated there. Let's go to the next page, which is the capital expenditure. The capital expenditure also, the municipal governance and administration, we've showed the adjusted budget there, the year to date, and the percentage, which the total capital expenditure functional there of 826 and 944, which on our percentage total is 89%. This one is important. The next page again, page 21, which is the debtors. I want to emphasize this. The municipality outstanding debt for the period under review is 3,168,290,000 rands, and the total is made up to outstanding debt that are 30 days, 57,059,000 rands, which is 60 days old. 53,501,000 rands for 90 days for 49,302,000 rands for 120 days for 51 million. I want to raise these colleagues that we are owed a lot of money. We're not collecting well revenue. We are poor, but departments are owing us a lot of money. Department of Health, but last time, Musina, you withheld the equitable share of Musina Municipality and Market. Because they are municipality, you withheld their money. The departments, you are not. Because they are departments. I don't know why you can't withheld their equitable share, because they are owing us a lot of millions. Why? Why are you withholding money of Musina municipality and Makado municipality in my district municipality? But you are not. Even Musina is owed a lot of money by the Department of Health, but you are not implementing because they are implementers. You are not. It's unfair, Honorable Nishbef. It's unfair. Unfair. The debtors, the following are the major contributor categories of debtors aging of the municipality for the period under review out of the total debt book of 3,168,290 rands. The other one is creditors. I will take just less than 1 minute to explain this, that the municipality outstanding payments for the period under review is 191,074 rands, and the total is made up outstanding payments that are 30 days, 114,953,000 rands, 60 days old. Let me say this, as you said, you see that the following are the major creditors for the municipality in accordance with the age analysis for the period under review. You can see the DWS, but we made an arrangement with the two, the Department of Water and Sanitation and Lepel Northern Water. We are paying them monthly, and we are honoring that agreement. But that one of Department of Water and Sanitation, which we are disputing as them, those meters that they are putting there at Nandon, that are not consistent. They are not consistent. We'll have a time to sit with you, CoGHSTA, and try to explain. We are owing money that we don't understand, that our people don't have water sometimes, but the bill is keeping on going up, which is not consistent. The repairs and maintenance, which is page 24, for the budget and expenditure for June 2026, the total budget for repairs and maintenance for both water and waste water is 180 million rand, which is 7% of the total operating budget. The municipality did not attain the required percentage of 8% as per norm. However, they are personally employed by the municipality dealing with the repairs and maintenance. The people of Makado can attest that we have people that are doing that on a daily basis. The total expenditure for both is 139 million rand, which is equates to 77% of the total budget. Let's go to page 25, which is water losses mitigation strategy, which is a problem. I always want to have a solution with this with my colleagues, that we lose a lot of water most of the time in our municipality. The bulk water supplied and metering, upgrade and maintain bulk water infrastructure and ensure all bulk supply points are metered to establish reliable water balances and identify losses. I don't know, I'm told in the city of Eguruleni, I always tell my sister, who is the acting MM, that in Eguruleni I'm told they're tracking water losses. I don't know how, but if the pipe burst in the bush, they can able to detect that now there are water losses somewhere. I don't know why we don't have this system in our institution, but they are trying to bargain with other municipalities. Assistance of the poor schools, as I said even last time, I will not talk about this. The leak repair contractors appointed the contractors to promptly repair leaks and identify through leaks detection programs, even though I don't like this most especially because we have manpower to deal with this. M-score. The municipality does have the steering committee which sits monthly. It is comprised of all senior managers and managers. External stakeholders also form part of the meeting. The accounting officer, CFO, chairs the meeting. The municipality has a system which is fully compliant to M-score. The uses of consultants. Yeah, the municipality does not have consultants for VAT, and it is done in-house. I'm proud of this, that we are doing in-house. Even the time I was the MMC of Finance, I used to disagree with that we must hire somebody who, the CFO have a big home accounting, is a chartered accountant. You hire your classmate to come and do VAT for you. I mean, you have same qualifications, so why can't you do for yourself? You hire your former classmate to come and do VAT for you. Oh, it doesn't make sense. That's why I disagree with this. That why is it happening like this? The municipality does not have consultants to prepare the AFS. The AFS are being reviewed by internal audit. I'm happy about this, but you have hide something here, Memaputla. They don't hide the report. You are supposed to state it clear that even the revenue you are doing internal, you are collecting revenue internal, and you must be honest that you have hired a contractor to deal with asset management, and you have an asset manager there. What is that asset manager doing? You hired a friend who is doing asset management in university to do the same job that you are doing in the institution. The revenue management, low revenue collection, high payment of debtors due to low revenue collection, inadequate implementation of credit control procedures. The short-term financial viability risk. Let's go to page 30, which is the stress indicator. The municipality is a grant, very low collection, as you know. Let's go to page 31 to 32. As I go to conclude, the consequences management. The municipality continue to implement consequence management as when it need arise. Yeah, when it need arise, we take issues sometimes to impact so that we implement. When you don't do your job, you do a lot of irregular expenditure. Yes, we can go to council and note that irregular expenditure we cancel, but at the same time we take decision as the council to discipline you. Reports for UIF are being tabled to council and also referred to MPEC for further investigation. The audit outcome. During the past financial year 2024-2025, the municipality received a qualified audit opinion from CoGHSTA. It's a risk. This is a risk. It's a risk because for the past 4 years, 24, 5, 6, no, from 20, Mama put that this report, okay, yes, it's a risk now because we're still unqualified audit opinion. If we're not careful, we're in danger here, but we're aiming to achieve unqualified audit opinion. So I will be like the premier or former premier of Limpopo, that when you regress, you just regress yourself also before they regress me. Yeah. The use of consultants on infrastructure. The municipality is still in use of consultants on infrastructure. Most especially engineers and other specialized consultants, especially implementation of major infrastructure development. These engineers sometimes, yes, they are helping But once you see us terminating a contractor, us as politicians, as council, forcing to terminate somebody who is not performing, it means also the engineer is not doing the right job. Sometimes these people, they can mislead us, colleagues. These are the important one, that on page 35, Shkala Sati. Page 35 is important. You can see the compliance with minimum competence. You can see number 1. Who is number 1? Yeah, that is why it's like this. Yeah, it is not longer with me. Yeah, in progress. You can see the status in progress. Maputla Murpeng daily is important. This Shkalasat completed. You can see it there. Malulega Vetsman, but this guy is no longer with us. Completed. Hilda completed. You can see in progress, ongoing, in progress, completed, ongoing. And most of these in progress, those are the most problematic people in our institution. And I must be honest to you, those are the most headache, problematic people. That is why even one day you can write me a letter from CoGHSTA to say I must rescind the decision. I will rescind. Because they are also not performing. When you see us every day going all out and not sleeping and get sick, going out just because instead of us doing oversight, we work, we do the job that was supposed to be done by administrators. Ourselves. Yeah, we'll receive one day. We'll request you. Service delivery. The waste management, the landfill are dealt with the local municipality. The variation orders, there are no variation orders. We normally don't like this sometimes when it's not, we don't understand what's actually going on. We engage on this one. Then the non-cash item, the municipality has budgeted enough to govern a cash item as per Circular 68 of MFA. The water tankering, the municipality has a total of 24 water tankering trucks that are continue to serve undeserved and unserved community water. But this one, colleagues, this one of water tankering, I don't know what's actually going on in my institution. They are not operating, and it's a problem. They're saying there is a project or a tender by the Treasury that didn't, I don't know whether they didn't, I don't know what's going on with Treasury, because this one is stressing my institution. What? It's a problem, the things.
They give them a lot of work and they are overwhelmed.
They can't fix our cars. It's a problem. I don't have even a single water tanker that is operating in my institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Thank you for giving us a full picture of Vemberg District Municipality. If we start clapping hands, we must be consistent. Because if someone comes here, you don't clap hands, and then someone comes, you clap hands, that is discrimination. So let's make sure that we finish what we have started. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, once more. Honorable members, let's agree. If we allow the municipalities, all of them, to do the presentations, and then we will take them on one by one later, or one municipality, one engagement in that order. Please help me. All of them do a presentation. Robert Mike.
No, thank you, Chair. I would suggest that let's deal with the municipality by municipality. I understand that we are also under pressure because of time. But otherwise, if we have to take them all, we will even forget some of these things that we would want to ask. I would suggest that let's take municipality by municipality. I make commitment will not be long.
Chair, I won't differ with him because we've adopted the agenda. And if we could have rectified it before we adopt the agenda, we could have agreed. Let's stick to the agenda, Chair. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. You rescued me. I'll start with Honorable Pugan to start with, but before I go there, take the mic to the 2-in-1 and in that order. Actions, Manano.
No, thank you very much and good morning. Silence in the class, please. Honorable, I say silence in the class. No, thank you very much. Chair, thank you very much. I hope you are giving us an opportunity to...
We're still on the introduction. They don't know you.
I think you say I must shoot now. No, I'm Makabo Lawrence Mapolo, EFF Honorable Member.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. I'm Honorable Delima Chomani, Member of Treasury Committee. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to yourselves, honorable members, our mayors and our officials. I'm Bella Kupa Mabuza, a committee member. You, Chair, and your co-chair and honorable members this side, to our mayors, PMTs, and all our administrators, to HODs, good morning. I'm Gagarang Rahwali. I'm also a member of the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We rendered your apologies that you will arrive a bit later, and so you did. The other discrimination we have done is on our two HODs. I don't know why did we discriminate them when we were doing the introductions. I think someone was just stingy with the mic, the roving mic. It's not late; they are still here. It's important to know both both HODs for Treasury as well as CoGHSTA. Mbereke, please, why didn't you give mic to our HODs to introduce themselves?
Good morning, Mujaji Malakela, HOD CoGHSTA.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members. Gavin Pratt, HOD Treasury.
Yeah, so Executive Mayor, if the Treasury gave you the water tankers, there's the HOD also as well here. During your spare time, your tea time. Yeah. I start now with honorable members to start engaging with the presentation from the Executive Mayor. I will start with the Honorable Buchanan.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me appreciate the presentation as made by the Executive Mayor. And I must also appreciate that the Executive Mayor has made sure that all the mayors are here we are very much, we applaud that all the mayors are here. It is unlike when we started last time, when we had serious challenges with regard to mayors showing up. And we must indicate that this should be something that should forever happen when you are convened by these committees. All mayors must be here because we are making the mayors to account. I only have managed to grab some few questions that I would want to raise with the executive mayor from the presentation that he has made. I want to understand, with regard to the last issue that the executive mayor spoke about, the issue of water tankering, that in the municipality, the water tankers are not working. I want to understand what are the issues. I guess people from Treasury might have tried to explain, but not in full. We just want to get to understand what is happening there. And we know there are serious challenges of water in our communities. How is the municipality coping or dealing with these matters of water provision to our communities? And why are these issues not being attended to? Because it cannot be correct that we fail to provide our people with water. I just need proper clarity on that issue of water tankering. The other question that I would want to understand is with regard to, in the presentation, of course, the executive mayor made indication that they are implementing performance management. I just want to check if that applies to all levels of employees in the municipality. The other one is with regard to the creditors. What the executive mayor made indication here was that he's contesting the amounts or DWS, and he was just silent about the other two creditors. Is he also contesting the amounts that those creditors are raising with them? I also want to know, with regard to the debtors, are there departments who are also contesting what the municipality says that they are owing? Maybe that could also explain why they owe the municipality. We just wanted clarity on those ones. Of course, with regard to issue of skills audit, that is constantly being done in the municipality. I guess the intention is to ensure that the entirety of the municipality is capacitated to execute its responsibilities. If I would be happy if the mayor can be able to share with us how many bazaars do they have, and yeah, and for what kind of skills that you are trying to assist those employees to get. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, so thank you very much for co-chairs, and thanks to the executive mayor for that presentation. One, I think the other things that we need to applaud the municipalities in terms of your MTF period on your policy review. That is commendable if Israel you do it through the MTF period. the issue of skills audit and also performance management, I think we are quite comfortable if that is the status quo. But my worry is I've never heard the mayor speaking about your memorandum of understanding with local municipalities in terms of the services that you render as a district and whether they are also complying. I'll come to that on the other question because it speaks about the debts that are there in terms of our local municipalities. And when last did we have a district intergovernmental district IGR? That speaks to your collaboration with municipalities, including departments that should sit in your IGR. Because to me, that is core. You can't sit at a provincial intergovernmental relations, but you can hardly have your own district intergovernmental relations where you are basically using the framework. And how best could you also implement a district model as presented by the president at that locality, utilizing your IGL framework. The other issues, I'm quite happy with your bulk supply and also the metering part, assisting the poor in the schools, the leak repairs. And I think there's an issue that you raised that in some areas, like in when there is a bulb, a bus somewhere, the system tells them where the bus is. It's technology-wise. It means even ourselves, when we'll be doing bulk water supply, we must install that system within our bulk water supply, including our articulation system. Because it can't be that when you want to dig in a town, you just dig everywhere, you're exposed to cables of electricity, exposed to a Wi-Fi network, exposed. There is a technology that is utilized nowadays to say, here, it detects those particular items that are there underneath. Therefore, we must invest in those kind of things as a municipality. Green Blue drop status, well done, Honorable Mayor, Executive Mayor, from 39% to 63%, but it's not enough. We want you to reach 80%, and it will be quite encouraging to see a rural metro in that concept, as we term it, reaching green drop status at 80%. It will be amazing. It has never happened in the whole Republic of South Africa. We are just about to reach there. The more you push very hard with your borehole repairs and also making sure that you test your water, you filter it where there is necessity for filtering, you can reach that green drop status at 15%. Page 15 of our creditors far exceeding income is quite worrisome because you are an institution on your own, you must survive you are surviving on grants, but the little that you collect in terms of revenue is very important. And I'll come to it, Chair, because it can be, even if municipalities they are disputing the issue of DWS, I've never heard the mayor saying departments disputed the invoices that they gave to them. If they've disputed them, it's where a negotiation should ensue and it's where people should pay the municipality. Department of Education is owing the municipality 64 million. How do you expect the municipality to survive without Department of Education, Provincial owing the municipality 64 million? Local municipalities, that's why I spoke of the IGR and the Memorandum of Understanding, you owe the district 56 million. And if we allow it to continue to rise and go up, that's why there will be this question of devolution of powers, where if you have got a Memorandum of Understanding that clearly stipulates where are you entering as the local municipality, where the district is entering, there won't be any dispute. But if you miss it there, you are going to have a serious problem in the near future. LibDev government, I don't know, Honorable Mayor will tell us this government, 12 million, which one is it? Because public works, I think, is national justice and health, including defense there in the military base there in, next to Shimtumule Kutam. They are owing us 2.5 million. It can be. These monies must be collected, Chair, and I think through Treasury and ourselves, we need to make sure that we help the municipality out to recover this money. We can't fold our arms as the portfolio committee and come here and do a talk show. It's not our responsibility as lawmakers is to make sure that those that owe municipalities, those that owe departments, they pay. And it's that one we mustn't apologize, Chair. We should push that municipalities get paid, and we want to see local municipalities having memorandum of understanding, and also they also pay their dues. You can't get water for free at a local municipality and you think the district must carry your responsibility. They will have a problem with DWS, not so long. Repair and maintenance, I think I'm happy. I was just a little bit worried in terms of your 7%, you have not reached the 8% norm. That pushed very hard a bit so that you reach the norm, because it can't stay at 7%, otherwise it will drop and it will cause us to have a lot of repairs that we might not be able to do. But we want to appreciate Honorable Mayor. We can see you in the social media and other networks that you continuously do the work politically, but that is not your responsibility, as you said it here. Those that are seated there and they're earning the way they earn, on progress and ongoing, and they're not doing their work, consequence management should be there. You might have started somewhere, but we must see it tickling very hard. They must just show you, I'm happy with your maintenance team, you do it internally, it moves around, but if you're not careful, some people are not doing their work, that maintenance team in terms of its overtime is going to skyrocket. And when it skyrockets, there is a ceiling in terms of overtime. You can't exceed a particular ceiling. Therefore, the more people do their work, when they are I nearly used my weight. When they are employed, you must monitor that they do their work, or consequence management. This thing of teaching people, I'm talking Kolombian, it doesn't help us. You see, in our town, Honorable Mayor, in Zanin, if they've hired a person who's sweeping the street, if there are 10, this one is for this street, this one is for this street. If your street is dirty, you are held accountable. Why can't you hold people accountable who are in maintenance, that if this number of boreholes are meant for you as a team, you don't repair? Somebody must take responsibility. Lastly, the water tankering issue, I think the mayor will give us more information in terms of whether is that arrangement with Water Affairs for Treasury. I don't know, but I remember there was one where Water Affairs pushed municipalities to get into contractual obligations with one company in Gauteng, somewhere there, with water tankering. Yeah, AfriLink, yeah, I know it was not happening only in you. It happened in many municipalities. And to me, it was somebody was throwing a javelin at you, that take the javelin and you catch it up the other side. And this thing must come to a stop. And these are officials who threaten municipalities that if you don't give us this one, we're not going to give you your SAWIC money, we're not going to give you your allocation in terms of MIG. We might cut some expenditures. We know these tactics. And it is high time that we confront it, and that contractivity is there. We must take it through our legal system, our legal team, to go and look into it, whether it's still standing, so that we cancel it and you start from scratch, you buy your own water tankers. It's not value for money. It's the same as me being a friend to the executive mayor and I get a tender of water tankers. It's the same. It is just done, it's sophisticated, but it's the same. Let's push on it to make sure that we cancel it, because it's not value for money. On our top management, I agree with you, Mayor. You tell us on the ongoing and in progress, what does those things mean? Because some of us might have been lost. They are ingoing, some are in progress. And those that are in progress, some completed. Yeah, so that we understand what is the contextual meaning of those things. But by and large, we are very grateful to the presentation. And we believe that we are no consultants on VET, no consultants on AFS. It really gives strength to us that at least we've got a municipality that can stand on its own and do this work internally. Therefore, let's continue strengthening our internal audit team, and let's not threaten them when they do their work. Thank you very much.
Can I also take a mic, Chair? Yeah. Thank you very much, Oh, okay. No, thank you very much. Let me welcome the presentation, Chair, and also thank the, the Executive Mayor for being honest with the Joint Committee on his presentation. But I wanted just to go straight. I will not necessarily repeat or ask questions that have been asked by my fellow honorable members. The municipality is reported to have unfunded budget, while it's also disclosing cash of 786 million. And my question is, but the municipality also remains under severe liquidity pressure. But for sure you understand what I'm talking about. You have, you are disclosing 786 million as cash, but at the same time you have unfunded budget. But at the same time, one slide also indicates that your revenue collection is very low. So I wanted to know exactly what amount is truly available on your day-to-day operations. I think that's where we need to get these things right. Because you see your financial state, your Section 71 reports must always reflect the expenditure trend. Because you could see how much you have on your account. Because these are the reports that you sign as mayors on monthly basis, and you submit them to CoGHSTA and Treasury. Now, and it's very rare when you can have this kind of a cash in your account, but at the same time you have an unfunded budget. Something's not right. There is an inconsistency there, and one could not even understand why. But let me pass that one and go to UIFWE. It shows that it has actually increased from 782 million to 795 million from the slides that we just presented. My question is, what is the plan? What do we have? What is the plan of the municipality to address this? But equally, you have indicated that your governance structures are in place and are functional. And once you have your Section 79 committees, your MPEC, that is functional, what are they doing? Because these are some of the matters that were supposed to be referred to MPEC to deal with them. And I want to know what plans the MPEC does in place so that all these issues get attended to. Because you can't leave that unattended, because some of them shows that it's over a period of a year, having the same amount. So the municipality must do something about it. Because it also goes to question of oversight. Because the council has also a responsibility to play oversight over the executive. Because they must do something about these things. So you can't leave this amount just like that, and while you are saying your council meets as per council calendar, and nothing's happening, and they are able to see all these things. I'm also worried about the 153 million creditors balance that is also over a year. And my worry is also the financial misconduct about, not this one here, because it tells you, it also goes back to the issue that your revenue collection. But maybe just without necessarily wasting time, my advice, because your credit control policy, I know you spoke about government departments owing you, the municipalities owing you, And I would emphasize to the government department, implement your credit control policy. If you had to cut off the services of those departments, do that. Do that. Implement. It's the policy of the council. Implement it. You should not wait for the Department of Education, for this other department to continuously. Or you must cut their services. They will come out. They will come running and pay their services. Don't be apologetic. A policy is a policy. You are running government, and you can't allow these departments who have money. They are not struggling like you. They got money from Treasury from time to time. So yourselves, you have to collect, because the municipality must collect the revenue. If you don't collect the revenue, you will continue to have unfunded budget, because you will not be able also to implement project on your own, from your own source, because you can't collect. And the municipality will collapse, because your municipality is actually relying on revenue. Cut off these services, cut off, so that they must be able also to pay. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. And maybe to also echo what the other honorable members have said about the presentation, to say it was really a wonderful presentation. We appreciate. It's a clear indication that indeed the work is being done. And then, however, there are areas that I think I need to also raise clarity-seeking questions, some of which have already been, presented by my colleagues. One is you said in your presentation, just making follow-up on what Honorable Mutawwe said, that the MPEC is functional. Now, but in terms of, because its role is to do oversight. But I just want to check, in your presentation, we don't hear you talking about what is happening with the irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. Is it not happening in the municipality? And if it's there, how is it being dealt with? Because it's very, very, very critical. I think in your report there's something that was outstanding. How you're dealing with the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure at the municipality. Of course, the MPEC is supposed to come handy in terms of exposing all these areas. In your presentation, also when you were doing introduction, there are critical posts that are vacant. There are officials who are acting on those posts. Can you just brief us in terms of how many, vacancies do you have for the senior, for those managers who account to the municipal manager? On the water tapering, you have responded, but just to also add on, if you say that you don't have water tankering system, then how are you able to provide the communities with water throughout? Are you able to provide water to the communities consistently? And since you were deployed executive mayors to take that responsibility, can you tell us actually out of 100%, the percentage of the communities who are able to receive water on a daily basis, sustainable, a water, a service. If you could, because you are the only water authority in the district, so it means you need to account with regard to the provision of water. Is there, but the look of things, if you can just give out, your view. Are you satisfied with the way the water is being provided to communities of the Bembe district? That's why I was saying, in terms of out of 100%, what percentage can you give us to assure us that indeed water is being provided? And if you still have challenges, those challenges need to be ventilated. Then on one of the committees that is dealing with misconduct, the financial, we say financial misconduct board. How often does it meet? I just want to have an understanding its function, or it is just there for the sake of numbers to say we have got committees. We just want to understand its function. Repair and maintenance, executive mayor. At some point, the province took a decision that function need to be devolved to the local municipalities, the municipalities that have got capacity. And you are now, as you were presenting, you were insisting that function cannot be devolved. Can you just, confirm with us that indeed that function, you are performing that function satisfactorily as the district, but that resolution still remains. But we understand what you are recommending. And then the revenue collection. When we say the municipality is functional and is able to deliver service to the people, that is the municipality that is able to collect revenue. And that is an area where you have limitation as the district, the collection of revenue. You can't remain a grant-funded municipality. You must be able, to grow, to be a municipality that is able to collect revenue. I'm not, maybe if you can just convince me, I'm not convinced with some of the strategies that you have just presented in order to collect revenue. What are the mechanisms that are there in place to make sure that as we move forward, the district, just to guarantee us as we move on, the municipality is moving towards a status where it's able to collect revenue? Because according to what you have presented, your revenue base is very, very, very low. Yeah, I think I'm done. Those are those were the areas that I felt I need to raise, I need to flag so that you are able to respond to them. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the audit outcome, you have a qualified audit opinion. What is it that you are doing to ensure that there's improvement on the audit outcomes? On the devolution of powers, the executive mayor did not mince his word to say you can't, We can't exercise devolution when we are performing. I just want to check whether that exercise, is it by law, and if it is by law, if there are those other municipalities that wanted to engage into that exercise. Just to get a sense from yourself, because if a municipality, for instance, would want to engage into that extent, there must be some form of cordial relations in terms of how to deal with that. But from the position of the mayor is that it cannot be. And just to check with him whether that function is regulated or is just something that they just started from their own. There was an issue of the category in progress, which is non-performing. Can you clarify us in terms of the intervention or plan that is there to ensure that that matter is dealt with? Because we're worried about that category in progress. It's your report. Just tell us as to what is it that you are doing to ensure that that is clarified and is corrected. Whether there are other measures in place, be it in the form of consequence management that will be able to take place, or any other form of intervention that will be done to deal with that matter. Of course, there was an issue in relation to the district to be owned by departments, and I would want to agree with Honorable here that you may have to invoke your credit control provisions. But can you tell us as to what are the steps that we've taken to ensure that they pay? If there's anything related to us, if there's none that was done, also relate to us so that we've got a sense in relation to the action that we've taken. You have spoken to the issue of contractor, appointment of leak repair contract, but we have also spoken about the employees that are dealing with matters related to some of the work, as you said. But I just want to check, if you have appointed a contractor to deal with repairs, you don't have this capacity internally to respond to the challenges of repairs. And you also spoke about the municipality that you did not really budget as per the required norm. What would have led to this situation? Is it as a result of incapacity? What is the plan to ensure that this matter does not recur? Finally, you have spoken about your mitigation strategy. Is this strategy implementable? Is this strategy effective to deal with the issues that you may have identified in terms of implementation? How far can you assure that you are able to implement and it is able to provide positive spin-offs that we think should do? Thanks very much.
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, once more, I apologize for having arrived late. Maybe I might have missed some of the presentations or the critical part of the presentation. But first, I think my colleagues have touched some of the issues, but just on an emphasis, the issue of municipalities being owned by the departments. And I know some of these departments are national departments. Most of the time, I think the National Department of Public Works, I think in almost all municipalities they are owned. But I'm sure you might have seen on the news the MEC for Education in Gauteng. When municipalities just woke up and switched off the schools, he raised an issue of a constitutional matter But to a certain extent, like Honorable Machete have already indicated, the question becomes, which is very critical. I think all municipalities says they'll be making a presentation, they might have to touch on it. The kind and the level of communication between the municipality and the department in terms of reminding them about their debts. Because before you reach a level of switching off, I think you might have tried everything possible to conscientize them that you are sinking as a municipality on the basis of them not honoring their debts. And I think that's one other issue. Bologwani have done it several times. They just wake up and switch off Department of Education. They just wake up and switch off Department of Public Works. But hence I'm saying, you need to protect yourself so that if you are taken to court on a human rights basis, then you have something to back you up as a municipality to say, but this is the communication that happened between the HOD and the municipal manager, and the department never did anything to address the issue. But it's a critical matter that I think, perhaps from a council point of view, and I don't know in terms of your revenue enhancement strategy, because we know they owe you a lot of money. And I think it will be critical because myself and Honorable Majumani and Honorable Matlom and the chair, we are in the portfolio committee of education. It's going to be very critical so that when we go there, we must raise it but fact-based, because we must have facts that back as Honorable Mayor Vembe to say you are owing Vembe, and HOD next time when you come, tell us how you are going to honor your debt, because municipalities can go down while you are able to survive on a daily basis. And like Honorable Matabo has said, they keep running to Mr. Brad. I nearly said Honorable Brad, as and when they need money, but you've got nowhere to run to. So it is either you deal with your own situation because you are on your own is a fact. Now, the devolution, the mayor was very clear, he's uncomfortable with that aspect. The devolution of some of the functions, I think it's not only some of the functions to the municipalities. Now, if one was just to throw, I think the executive mayor gave an example of Malamulele Township Mall, I don't know whether the mall is a complex, that they never honored or they never paid services. And now the question becomes, the communication between the Malamulele complex, is it between them and the district or them and the local municipality? And I think that's where the issue of devolution, the discussion should ensue. Now, who is supposed to take responsibility? Because in the memorandum of understandings between yourselves as a district or water service authority and your locals, that is the critical part that will have to be engaged. Who wakes up and switch off water for a complex? Is it the local municipality or is it the district municipality as a water service authority? And what is backing them? On what policy are they standing on to work? It's a critical matter that I think a discussion must ensue between yourselves as a water service authority and your locals, because there should be all these other issues. Because you see, South Africa and its policies, you wake up and switch off, then your human rights comes on you to say, but unfortunately water is a right. It's not a privilege. Then you have to deal with the Human Rights Commission. So those are the issues that as and when you do, from your legal section point of view, as you draw that policy, you have to also cover the back of the municipality in ensuring that you are not found wanting. Now, the UIF, I think Honorable Madam was able to stick it. I think the presentation says it moves from 782 to 795 million. It is not supposed to go up. It is supposed to go down. And now it's a worrying factor. And you spoke about the consequence management. We've seen the list there, the in progress, the completed, and the likes. Whether, and those consequence management also, does it have to do with the UIF? And the question is whether it's a yes or no, and if it's a yes or no, what then becomes the role of MPEG in terms of addressing your UIF? Now, it's one other issue, because Mr. Brad, in my previous responsibility, Mato, I once went to National Treasury to say we need money. National Treasury said you left money in your own municipality. We said we need help, we need money. They said, but you left money in your own municipality. And they were simply saying, go back and collect money. Where do we get money to give you? So in terms of all these issues that we are raising here, at the end of the day, they say to you, you do have money as a municipality, but the question becomes, how do you distribute that money on a daily basis when you wake up? But at the same time, how do you make sure that those that owes you also gives back your money? So, but this issue of the devolution, Mayor, I think it should be an in-house, yourselves together, so sitting relaxed, engaging, and facing realities as well on a daily basis to say when the pipe bursts, who then jumps to where the pipe bursts? Is it the district staff? Is it the local staff? Who then covers, because it's at night, who then covers the overtime? Is it a municipality, a local municipality, or is it a district? And then how do we get back our money? If the municipality local fixes the pipe, and then who then foot the bill? First, of the people that went there at night as an overtime. Secondly, the money that was utilized. So it's one issue that I think you might need to, it doesn't need emotions, because it's an emotional issue on its own. So you need to put emotions aside and be able to address it, because at the end of the day, people want water. Who brings it is none of their business, but they want water. And we say water is a right, and sanitation is a dignity. That's what we're saying. And when we see the pipe burst of the sewer on the streets, because when you give us water, also give us with the sewer, because it's our people as a local municipality on a daily basis that they experience those challenges. And then who is supposed to deal with that? Especially at night when everybody's sleeping and there's a pipe that splashing clean water in a big pipe. So I think, yeah, that's my contribution. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, all the two chairs and my colleagues, our member 18 present here. One appreciate also is the member 18. And one appreciate indeed for your presence here, led by the EM. Yes, one likes the energy of presentation and also ready to work. But one is having close to few things which were raised by my colleagues, though in a different way. Because I learned you say you are at 58% score in terms of blue drop. 6.8. That's very good. But at the same time, let me indicate that you might be happy with the 6.8. EM, the 6.8 means, yes, the system is not yet at a critical state, but indicate poor average performance, which I think all of us, we must agree. And I think you know that between 31 and 94 is average too. You understand? Now, only that too. Therefore, I think this 68%, 68% might be speaking to your municipality to say there's a bit of poor compliance, especially with the South African National Standard 241 of microbiological or chemical water safety limits, which I think one as an advice would say, may you chip in and go and look at the about 4 areas that is to look at. For instance, lack of skilled staff. Are you well resourced within that space, if I may be well updated? Deficient infrastructure also. I think you might be owing us to say what is the state of your infrastructure currently. The reason why 68, we have to question ourselves and not rising also firstly. And one other thing on water, is the 47% of treated water that are lost. The non-revenue water is the water that you lose. It's treated, but you lose before it can even reach the household. Therefore, one would think we are indulgence around the issue, how do you mitigate that, inclusive of illegal connection, or how, indeed, your municipalities, local municipalities, inclusive yourself, as the district, guiding them in terms of how to curb illegal connection. The salty water in Musena, how are you dealing with the salty water in Musena municipality? Yes, on consequence management, one will say you are dealing with the matter as if it's just by the way matter. Because as per your statement, you say, as and when the need arises. As and when. That thing touched me a bit. It's like the by the way. And I think it might be erased if you have placed there by mistake. As and when the need arises. This is about the people. Now, therefore, I think you will be able to tell us how many, because it doesn't speak to figures here. You just say, as and when it arises, then it closes. We don't know how many did find themselves on the wrong side of the law. And I think you might also try to assist us on that one. Sometimes it might be of my poor understanding, but around the issue of compliance with minimum competency, especially around the issue or the area, the position of the chief financial officer. May I be, because you just said it, or it's where we have problems, whatever. Can you put it in an operational language so that even the layman on the street, including myself, can understand? And lastly, on IGR, I think I was covered. And on lastly, I think when you live here, you'll have more power to go and switch off. But not only switching off, because the money that you'll be generating must be well used. I'm just saying this as a statement to say, yes, indeed, you must go and switch off the lights to those departments that are OU and other entities. But when you generate that money, it must be able to be utilized very well so that Mr. Pratt can smile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I will take it back to the executive mayor and your team to respond to some of the questions raised.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by the speaker to respond on matters of MPEC and council.
Thank you very much, the chairperson, the co-chairs, for giving us this opportunity to respond to some of the questions raised by honorable members. But mine is about the functionality of the MPEC as a council committee. Yes, I can confirm that as presented by the executive mayor, the MPEC is functional, is doing its work. It is indeed exposing some of these issues in as far as the UIF and Ws are concerned. At this stage, as you have heard, the executive mayor's presentation talking about the issue of consequence management. I think that is the part that we need to accelerate and make sure that we deal with the issue of consequence management as a municipality, so that we can have this rise or the upward trend in as far as the UIFWs are concerned. Thank you, Ian.
Emma. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, and let me take this opportunity to greet honorable members. I will touch on a few questions, and starting with the very last critical one of devolution of services, wherein we embarked on the processes. But in our meeting that was held with the local municipalities, in the process we identified that the Section 78 assessment report that was done some years back, Chair, and then it was a little bit outdated with since the date it was done, and if you check progress towards what is happening currently, one will say we cannot rely on that Section 78 report just to take that decision. Is something that the committee need to note. And again, Chair, there was benchmarking that was done with assessment of that report according to the MFMA and Holthuizen that also assessed that Section 78 report, wherein they also indicated that, as my executive mayor indicated, they assessed the Mopani report, Section 78 report, wherein it was also indicated that as much as we will want to make a devolution of services, but it is identified that municipalities like you, Greater Guyana, you, Greater Letaba, and Marule also don't have the capacity for those services. That is the assessment that was conducted by MFMA. So it says to us then what needs to be done for us then to make sure that the district is given the powers by the Constitution of South Africa to say you are the water authority. How then do we make sure that the district do its activity as per the RSA Constitution? Hence, the executive mayor indicated that since then, you can see the improvement. Hence, we are saying, as Vembe, we are still saying we can maintain our status, as we are seeing the differences in terms of the activities that we are doing, and the EMS indicated, and the green drop status also is highlighting that there is a light after the tunnel that we are getting as Vembe District Municipality. With regards to the RT contract that we entered with at Treasury, that talks to water tankers and all other machineries and our fleet services, we thought it was a good exercise. Yes, we voluntarily participated in that exercise, but we only realized that, it's like, no, this is, instead of helping us, it's creating more problems for us. Because the RT contract, Treasury entered into the company. I think we started in July with this current one, after the expiry of the previous one. The whole of July, they were still saying we are still doing the onboarding. The whole of July, remember, we are working with fleet that on daily basis we must provide services to the community. The status, as I was checking, I think 2 weeks back, Executive Mayor, we do have 80 fleet that is with AfriLink. As I was checking the status, it was saying 24 in progress. It was not even promising. I made a call myself with the person who's dealing with our fleet due to the frustration that we were facing with our fleet. 84 in progress. The person was not even giving hope to say by end of this week you will get your water tankers that are currently at maintenance place. We had to do the deviation because of the urgency of the matter. Having the very same RT contract, we had to say, CFO, here we have crisis because we don't have water tankers, we don't have crane trucks. So we ended doing deviation. So for us to fix those cars that they are still with the AfriLink, they are saying onboarding, hey, we've been given a lot of work, it's overwhelmed. I think Treasury maybe in this case when they give permission to participate by municipality, they should check the amount of work given to the service provider. Because honestly, they are failing us. Yes, with regards to the IGR, we do have the technical IGR that is meeting and the political one that is meeting on quarterly basis. I think I've answered the issue of, let's talk to what was raised by Honorable Mataboke with regards to unfunded budget. We are honest to say we were, Treasury is here. We were not satisfied with that finding at last. We had a huge discussion and CF was here. Because if we're having a positive cash balance that you were indicating, and yet we were to be told that our budget is funded, we couldn't agree with the finding, we must be honest. But we just said they are doing their work, but the findings were not satisfactory to us. We thought at this stage our budget will be funded, looking at the positive cash balance that we're having, as you also confirmed that. But we said no, let's agree to that. Maybe sometimes they will change their mind. And then with the creditors, as the executive mayor has indicated, the DWS one. Even though we're disputing some, as the executive mayor has indicated that the meter links on their bulk meter supplies, we still continue to pay as per the arrangement that we entered into with the DWS and the Penland Authority who are paying. Though we pay, having those discussions to say, but let's look into this, but we are continuing to pay as arranged in terms of our agreement. So it's something that we are doing. And with regards to performance management, looking at the huge amount of staff that we're having, we are cascading performance management system to levels below even senior managers. We have started that process. So we are doing very well with that. And even now we do have plans where it will be assessing managers for the end of June. All our managers will be assessed. So we are doing very well. And with regards to the skills audit, we do have two policies. We do have one mayor's bursary that caters for community members, close to 200. We just reviewed it now because we noticed that as much as we want to cater for many people, but the impact also, because the amount was 60,000. And the executive mayor, when he took over, he said, we rather cater a little, maybe, or a small number of people, but will cover all the fees of those students, rather than doing quantity. So we just reviewed our policy last month, wherein we said we are going to cover all the tuition fees of those learners. And we also have the employee bursary policy, wherein we are also assisting our employees with the conditions that we are having in our bursary, to say if we give you a bursary, after completing your studies, this is how much you're going to repay the municipality, and you're going to stay with us for a certain period. If it happens that you go, then this is what will happen. And we also participate in the Treasury one, where we also capacitate our interns. Currently, we do have 10 interns with us that are also doing the intern services with our municipality. And that minimum competency wherein it says our CFO's ongoing. You will recall that we just appointed our CFO last year in October. Immediately after appointment, we registered her. The reason says ongoing. It says she just started, she attends those minimum competency classes. In progress, it says we do have employees that were long with us, so we were just pushing them now to say, hey, it has been long that you were here and you are not completing your minimum competence, and then it's now that we are motivating them to start again. I think those are the questions that were raised, and the EM will add on what I might have left. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think, Honorable Nishbet, when I being sworn in, I found the majority of the plants that were not operating 100%. That is why in terms of a blue drop water, we're at 39%. I can report to you that the Albasin Dam is functioning now 100%. There is an area like the Dimani plant. There were areas where you know that there were protests. It could be last week, I think since last year, there were plants around Malamle, call it Gandlana, that were not operating since October. Since last week, the plant is operating 100%. There are areas where people were relying on bowl. All the areas of Kotamas and Tumwe were not receiving water. There are areas of Haravele. They didn't see water for the past 10 years, I'm being honest. Now currently through our team of maintenance, that area, they are receiving water through bowls. There are areas that were leaking, that I'm being honest to you, in some villages of Musina. There are areas of Umkovewapare, Utanda. Those areas are struggling to receive water. I can report to you that there are areas in Tlaving around Collins Chavan, they didn't have even a single drop of water because that plant was not operating due to issues of the plant. I think there was something happened. They've stolen some pumps for the past 5 years, according to the report that I had. But through the intervention now, all those areas, the chief we can attest with the mayor that we have a temporary solution now because we want to deal with that plant. We've drilled the bowls, all of them. In the next 3 weeks, I believe those bowls will be completed. There are Shikundu plants there were plants that were destroyed by the floods. Yeah, the floods. The floods have dealt with us. But currently we've appointed contractors. The Treasury have helped us, the CoGHSTA have helped us with some money to refurbish those plants. I'll report to you in the next 2 weeks that those plants will operate. Comrade Mahabu, Honorable Mopole, I know you are an executive man. You understand this issue of illegal connections. We have removed 53 illegal connections for the past 2 months. Most of the illegal connections are in the area of Makado, that area of Bia. In that area, most of the community, including the township, they are struggling to get water because of water mafias. The water mafias can even threaten our workers to go and deal with those issues. But we're working with the South African Police Services to remove those illegal connections. But there are some areas where we remove, community as the ones that are fighting that your water regulation was done wrongly. You must bring back our illegal connections. I've sent the team yesterday. My sister, she's the acting general manager in the area of one, call it VU. They even having an intention to take me to court that I must bring back their illegal connections, or they will do something. She's even afraid. They even lock the gate that she must not go to the plant and operate that plant until she bring back the illegal connections. But the another part, she tried, my sister, to clarify the issues of in progress and in progress. But I'm being honest. You know, last week, for an example, when I say people are incompetent sometimes, when I say people are some of the staff members are problems, I instructed the municipal manager, tell me, there are projects in Malamlele and in Makado town that was supposed to be completed back then by 2023. Why you didn't act to these contractors? What have you done to an engineer, a consultant that you hired to monitor this? Because this project was supposed to be completed in 2023. You see, when we wrote a letter, instructed lawyers to write letters to the contractor for intention to terminate, do you think that person is performing? And when I check in terms of the status, they are saying is in progress. It's what I'm referring to. If you are a general manager of water and sanitation, they are saying in progress. As an engineer, you are failing to repair leaks, but you are an engineer. That is why I used to tell my sister here that next time when you advertise a post, this is the water authority. When you advertise a post of general manager of water and sanitation, you must give me somebody who is accredited by the engineering council. Because you can't appoint somebody, a municipal manager with a big home accounting and the issues that we deal with water. I don't have knowledge of water and sanitation. That is why they are fast. Thank you. Thank you. Water.
Thank you.
This guy did follow up.
Yeah, I'm coming, honorable members. You just want to have a last bite on that?
Just a request, Chair, because the issue here of funded and unfunded budget and we want Treasury also just to explain it to us. Yeah, if you can just give it to them, because there is a positive cash of 171 million, including the fleet issue, so that we maybe if you can just give them an opportunity, then we'll actually take it from there.
Thanks. I was about to allow the HODs just to interact with the issues that they think they can also add something, clarify. I will start with Mr. Pratt, because most of the things are around money.
No, thanks very much for the opportunity, Chair, and again, good morning. Chair, I'll hand over the unfunded budget to the technical team to talk to. I hear from a layman's perspective what the honourable members are saying, but I think we can just add to that. I think on the debts to the municipality in Vembe district, particularly now, according to their information, government owes them around 72 million out of the 3.168 billion. We are reconciling those debts because we've got the letter of threat to withhold provincial equal share by the end of September by the Minister. But what we're seeing in the books of our municipalities is alarming. The misstatements, the incorrect postings, the charging of wrong departments is not really helping us solve this problem to identify who must pay what to that municipality. And I'm talking in general, Chair, I'm not just talking to Vembe now. So we have sent letters out for municipalities to confirm the amounts and give us those invoices linked to the properties that are registered in the name of Limpopo Province or Limpopo Provincial Government. Public Works has got a list of all the properties registered in the deeds office, and we will then pay for those properties that are owned by Limpopo Provincial Government. And that we're planning to do in the month of September. Those that we can reconcile. So we're really pleading with the whole Vembe district, all the municipalities, that we need those confirmation letters. We got to go back to the minister. We do have a task team led by CoGHSTA, where we're trying to identify exactly what is due to each municipality so that we can pay that. It's not a matter of not wanting to pay, but we've also got accountability that we must exercise on our side, that we pay for properties that are in fact ours and that we must pay for. There will be some in dispute, and those we'll park and then engage, but we need to come up with exactly what we can agree to pay and pay. So at this stage, in our presentation that we made last night, around 900 million is owed from the municipalities' perspectives in the province to them. But when we look at the figures, it's way less than that. A lot of that money is actually owed by the national government, and some of them we've got to now reconcile and deal with that collectively with national. So the minister has given us an opportunity until the end of September to at least reconcile and pay those that are due and map a way forward. And if we can't pay, to enter into payment arrangements with our municipality. So I think we appreciate the stance of the minister. I think it's about time that we clean up this thing. It's always been a backwards and a forwards, and now we really have to work together as a province to get this sorted out. So we'll certainly work with you, and as I say, we're just pleading with our municipalities. In fact, the MEC wrote to I think 7 municipalities now that haven't even come back to us, and that puts us under tremendous pressure. So we're just pleading that we get that cooperation. The water tankers, I think as the members have heard, it's not a provincial treasury, it's a national treasury thing that happened, and I wasn't aware, but there should be a service level agreement with national treasury with the contractors that they've appointed. And I just need to plead with the municipality or the district to share all their concerns with us, that we can also engage with national and that they hold those suppliers to account. There must be a turnaround time to, I think, let me pause there, and then if my team can just talk to the funded and unfunded chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do acknowledge positive cash balance, but it is not only about the cash balance, it's also about who do you owe and how much you owe. Now, if you look at Vembe district, if you take all their money, their cash that is in the bank, the investment, and then you take out your creditors, then they're in a negative. But you also would like to acknowledge that there has been an improvement, because if you do that, if you look at where they were in 2025 in June and where they are now, there is an improvement. However, a funding of a budget, it considers the money that you have, your commitments, who you owe, and then that's when we'll say whether you are funded or not. And as it stands, our view is that the district is not funded. However, we acknowledge the progress that they are making towards funding of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to comment on one thing. On the issue around the water function, I'll be a bearer of bad news. It's not even about what we want at this point. And this starts from last year, the minister called a national water endowment. And one of the resolutions is that as a country, we must separate between a water service authority and a water service provider.
and that now is getting into their revised legislation. That one of the things that has caused challenges for us as a country to have the current water challenges is that we have actually, as a country, clubbed together the authority, which is the regulatory part, if you like, and the provision, and hence there's that national decision. And the process is already advanced in terms of getting to separate. So the phase that we are going into, the next phase in terms of the water, is that the water service authority function will be at a separate place, and then we'll have a water service provider. Thank you.
I would request the Executive Mayor to be patient. Thank you. I hope you were listening to Mr. Brad, HOD, that your money before the month end of September, if I'm not mistaken, if you have prepared your invoices regarding the assets of the departments. And by that time I was doing that, I could see the MM and the Executive Mayor were deep in discussion. And it's an area that you were supposed to listen to, because, and to all the municipalities as well. I take it that after submission by the HOD from CoGHSTA, I've seen the hot hand that was up is now down. So I take it that issues have been addressed, not necessarily to their satisfactory, but the way things are. Can we agree? Acting MM through EM, Executive Mayor.
No, I'm just disturbed by the issues of resubmission on issues of water and that we've been talking to them for the past 9 months until today. We have to do it again.
We are here, Executive Mayor. You're also, we are here. No, we're not just here to comply or to tick boxes. We are here to make sure that things are happening. So we'll take it from there. Honourable members, I think now we're going to Emma.
Yeah, maybe what the HOD CoGHSTA has just indicated that she will be the bearer of bad news. I think there's much that needs to be done before that. Looking at, as I've indicated, the old Section 78 assessment report that was done and the confirmation. I think some of the things of the meeting we can discuss them, Chair. But there's still much, because otherwise it will be us and them who will be saying you want to demolish services. What about the locals with their functions that are not performing? I don't think that is the right time. Thank you.
Okay, last, I'll ask that, I will request that we close the debate after you have engaged on this, so that we can have progress.
No, thank you very much. I want to go back to that issue. Maybe we need to be educated thoroughly on this formula as and when you of funding or unfunded budget. But where I'm sitting, I don't necessarily agree with the explanation that we just got. Chair, you can't have a positive cash, and ultimately then you would then to be told that because positive cash of 171 million, then we have been told that your budget is unfunded, and they are talking about issues of creditors and so on. Maybe it's another discussion for another day. But also the issue, and this is about basics, Chair, and also the role that Treasury and CoGHSTA had to play in terms of support to municipalities. You go back to Section 71 report, because this is actually is also taking us back to Section 71 report, because this report goes to Treasury and CoGHSTA on monthly basis, and you have the responsibility to play as treasurer, remember, you have the responsibility to play. You are not going to wait up until towards the end of the financial year when you start to prepare and say, no, the budget is not funded. You have the responsibility to play in terms of making sure monitoring and assessing the performance of the municipality and advise the municipalities. Now, you can't be an spectator and ultimately wants to make a decision and say, no, because while you had a role to play.
Big bill against the local, against the district municipality. And when you want to enforce the issue in terms of the memorandum of understanding, the big brother, the district, is looked as if he's a bad brother. Because the local doesn't do his own part. And it's where Treasury comes in, is where CoGHSTA comes in. And if we're saying, Dr. Brad, if we're saying we need to pay our service providers their invoices within 30 days, why municipalities are we waiting for many years for departments to pay them? Are they not your service providers? Look at the district is providing service as a department of education in your school. Now, because they are government, you want to pay them after they've bulked their invoice. The invoice was bulk and you question their invoices. It can't be. The 30 days notice in terms of paying for service providers, the same thing should happen to our district municipality. It's a service provider. Why can't it be paid within 30 days so that we avoid this problem of resubmitting? I mean, invoices not being quoted, very well. People disputing invoices. You dispute them because they wait for almost 2-3 years invoices. How are you going to remember things of the past 3 years? But if it's monthly basis, it's an issue that we're saying we need to do. But if we're not helping municipalities, but we're at the provincial level, and we insist that this department must continue staffing municipalities, I don't think it's right. If we say let them cut, executive mayor, somewhere you need to use your policies. Make sure that you go there and implement. When Pretoria, the city of Tshwane is implementing, you don't complain. Because the mayor is not from our ruling party. It can't be. Services is services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I think you have said a mouthful. As we said before, that it's something that will take along with us as well, but indeed, let's make sure that our municipalities are not suffocating because we are not supporting them while we're supposed to pay what is due to them. I think that has been stressed. Now, honorable members, I think I will change the pattern. We are having Musina municipality, which is number 2, and the Thulamela, as well as Makaro. All of what's going to happen is that Musina is going to present, you take notes, Thulamela follows, you take notes, and then finally Makado, for very obvious reasons. Most of the honorable members you have lost in early departure, and we don't want to see our municipalities present to themselves. Yeah. And therefore, let's follow that pattern and make sure that we all remain here until to the end. Makado, word gerede alsjeblieft. Oh, Musina. Oh, sorry. My home. My second home. Yeah, we'll just follow the agenda.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair of the session, and greetings to the entire entourage, the leadership from the legislature, from both the Provincial Treasury and CoGHSTA, colleagues, the executive mayor and mayors, speakers and chief whips,
all officials, both from the provincial departments and our municipalities. Yeah, I'm happy Chair, you rescued me because I was afraid that directly when we submit and then we are scrutinized, it might give us challenges. Now that we have clubbed us together, we are a bit relieved. Yeah, no, it's fine. Thanks very much. Let's move to the next slide. Ours is a bit short, unlike the district one. Let's move to the background. Yeah, that's why we are here. Ours, we have institutional health, financial governance and service delivery that we're going to outline here. The first one is institutional health, which is on the next slide. Here, we have the planning, budgeting, and the reporting alignment. The municipality is working with system vendor to address misalignment of the budget, data strings, and to log the segments that is zero budget. The municipality is also ensuring the non-funded budget transacting are treated at an adjustment budget stage. In terms of the next slide, here we're indicating that the municipal staff regulations, the municipality has cascaded down the regulations to junior level. Starting from this financial year, all staff members have signed the performance agreement and plans, and all sections 57 managers are reporting directly to the accounting officer. In terms of financial health, on the next slide, here we're dealing with the funded of the budget. The budget funding plan of the 2025-2026 budget financial year of budget was approved, and progress is reported on a monthly basis and is uploaded on the portal, the GoMoon. The voluntary financial recovery plan has been approved by council and is reported on a monthly basis. And we are saying here 2028-2029 financial year is envisaged to be the period that our budget will be funded as per the above budget related documents. In terms of distribution losses, as at the 31st of March, on electricity losses, at the time of reporting, the loss was at 9.6%. The municipality has to date upgraded around 585 customers or consumers to smart meters. The municipality has budgeted 66 million over 3 years for smart metering upgrade. The infrastructure upgrades are being made at the substation to address root causes for technical losses, and we are implementing scheduled maintenance on the electricity network. The next slide gives a summary of the distribution losses, wherein in quarter 3 of the 2025-2026, the number of units purchased stood at 7.2 million. The number of units sold stood at 6.5 million. Yeah, and we are at 9.6 as reflected previously on the previous slide. And then in terms of the next slide, here we are again speaking about the budget funding adjustment and the tabled budget. The 2025-2026 adjustment budget was not funded due to the municipality still facing financial constraints. Adopted budget, we have adopted the adjustment funding plan, and we are currently implementing cost containment measures. In terms of financial health, revenue, operational expenditure, capital expenditure as of the 31st of March, we have the operational revenue. The original budget is 756.1 million, which was adjusted to 831 million. The actual is sitting at 472, and the remaining budget is at 358. The rest of the expenditure, I think the slide is very clear. In the interest of time, let me move to the next slide, which is speaking about again financial health. I think the slide is very clear in terms of how we are faring as a municipality. Let's move to the next slide, which is speaking about revenue collection. Wherein in the property rates, we are at 60% collection rate, and in terms of service charges, we are at 48% collection rate, and in terms of refuse revenue, we are at 52 collection rate. In terms of the next slide is operating expenditure, where the expenditure per pattern, employee-related costs, remuneration of councillors, and so on and so forth. The slide is very clear. Let's move to the next slide. This one is speaking about capital and grant management, wherein we are outlining how we are faring in terms of managing these grants and expenditures. The slide, once again, is very clear. Let's move to the next one. Yeah, in terms of this one is financial health. The municipal sources of revenue are therefore reflected the property rates and taxes, grants, equitable shares, the municipal, the MIG, the EPWP grant, and the disaster grants. All revenue, debtor book balance is at 135 million as at the 31st of March. I've already outlined in terms of collection rate. During the 2024-2025, the actual was at 95.4%. 2025-2026, as at the 31st of March 2026, we're sitting at 88% of the collection rate. In terms of the distribution losses, 2024-2025, the actual was 11%. 2025-2026, we are sitting at 9.6%. Repairs and maintenance and budget in the next slide. The renewal and upgrading of existing assets was sitting at 0% of the depreciation of 60.9%. Repairs and maintenance as percentage of PPE and investment property. The norm is 8%, and we budgeted 9.5% for the 2026-2027 financial year, an increase of repairs and maintenance budget, provision and expenditure. In terms of the next slide, the spending on the repairs and maintenance, the budget is 3.4 million. We have spent up to this point 1.1 million. The municipality has improved the plans into the spending in the last quarter, mainly due to financial resource allocation. Going forward, repairs and maintenance is being prioritized to protect assets. In terms of M-score in the next slide. In terms of the use of consultants, ours, the AFS is compiled in-house. We only use consultants for asset register due to lack of capacity. And that consultants contract is ending in November 2026. In terms of revenue management, billing is done on monthly basis. In terms of indigent management, the indigent is reviewed and completed on a monthly basis. In terms of financial health, short-term financial viability risk, in the next slide is in terms of liquidity ratio, the municipality is still facing financial constraints, hence cannot comply with section 65 subsection 2. Taking measures to ensure the improvement in cash flow and implement data management measures. In terms of financial distress, in the next slide, adoption and upgrading of budget funding plan, financial recovery plan, implementation of cost containment measures, and revenue enhancement strategy, as well as reducing own funded revenue capital expenditure commitments. In terms of financial governance, in the next slide, audit outcome, inability to prepare interim AFS, human capital shortages, capacity and skills development interventions, the use of consultant on infrastructure. We are building internal capacity for design, review and monitoring infrastructure projects, partnership with state organs for capacity development and support. In terms of compliance with minimum competencies, statements results will be submitted as portfolio of evidence. In terms of UIFW expenditure, ours is reduced by 396.5 million as at the 30th of June 2026. MPEC and Council processed all the UIFW expenditures. In terms of departmental debt, notice to stop or withhold provincial equitable share in terms of section 216. The ESCOM debt, actually we have since received our tranche, and we are reporting here that ESCOM debt, the payment plan is signed and is being serviced. In terms of the next slide, here we are outlining the departmental debts to the municipality, wherein in total we are being owed 17.4 million, with departments owing the municipality reflected on the slide. In terms of service delivery, non-cash items, poor provision for cash back reserved to cover depreciation and future expansion, renewal of existing infrastructure, increased provision for infrastructure maintenance, build sufficient cash reserves, enhance asset management policy, on asset replacement reserve, and lastly, climate change and resilient infrastructure strategy. We are saying there is lack of climate change resilient infrastructure strategy in the municipality. And Chair, this brings us to the conclusion of our presentation as Musina Local Municipality. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Program Director, honorable members, my colleagues, and all officials that are here. I'm presenting the state of finance for the Thulamela local municipality for the period of ended 31st of March 2026. The table of content, I'm going to present the background, the key performance forecasts, institutional health, financial governance, service delivery, and infrastructure development, and also the conclusion. The background, Thulamela municipality was assessed through the mid-year performance assessment, which is a legal requirement. Through this process, Provincial Treasury obtained an overview of the municipality's performance and implementation of its plans. The municipality is currently implementing the recommendations made during the assessment and is addressing areas identified for improvement to strengthen performance and service delivery. Thulamela local municipality complies with Section 71 and Section 72 of the Municipal Finance Management Act by submitting its monthly and mid-year budget statements to the Mayor, National Treasury, and Provincial Treasury within the prescribed legislative time frame. The municipality also submits the required M-score data stream through the National Treasury reporting platform to support the monitoring and assessment of its financial performance. These are the key performance focus areas: institutional health. Let us move. The institutional health. The focus area is spatial strategies. One of the key challenges facing the municipality is land availability for future expansion and development. The status now, the municipality is, however, continuously engaging with traditional leaders to secure land for the expansion of the Thoyandou development node and to support future economic growth and service delivery needs. Another challenge is most of the land within the municipal area is owned by traditional authorities, which limits opportunities for the expansion of urban areas and development nodes. In addition to the above status, the municipality has reviewed its spatial development framework and land use management scheme, which provides strategic guidance for future spatial growth, land use planning, and sustainable development across the municipality. Second focus area is council stability. We don't have any challenge. Our council is stable. Then number 3 is planning, budget, and reporting alignment. Here we have no major challenges. All issues are addressed based on PT monthly assessment. Status now, the municipality's IDP, the budget, monthly reporting, and data stream submissions are aligned. Minor discrepancies identified during the reporting process were corrected, and the necessary adjustments were incorporated in the fourth quarter and related in the annual financial statements. Management is confident that the information reported is accurate and reliable. Budget funding. The Thulamela local municipality has consistently adopted funded budgets in both the current and previous financial years. The municipality has maintained a funded budget position for more than 3 consecutive financial years, demonstrating its commitment to sound financial management, prudent budgeting practices, and long-term financial sustainability. The tables below present the municipality's financial performance, financial position, investment register, debtors, creditors, aging and ratios over the reporting period. These tables provide an overview of the municipality's financial health, sustainability, and overall financial management. Next, financial performance revenue. The municipality has approved operational revenue budget of 1 billion rand, adjusted to 1 billion. Year-to-date budget of 870 million and year-to-date actual of 858 million, resulting in 12 million unfavorable variance, which is 1%. The financial performance expenditure. The municipality has approved operational budget of 957 million, adjusted to 1 billion rand. Budgeted to date of 671 million, year-to-date actual of 629 million, resulting in underspending by 41 million, which is 6%. The overtime report. The municipality has approved overtime budget of 10.5 million, year-to-date actual of 10.2 million, resulting in underspending by 336,000 rands. Investment register. We invest in Standard Bank and ABSA and also Nedbank. The amount is reflected there. And we have also primary and call deposit accounts. The amount is reflected there, where the total surplus cash as at 31st March is 1.2 billion. That is in our account. In summary, debtors aging analysis. The table above indicates a total amount of 770 million, which is owed by consumers as at the 1st of March 2026, and our collection rate is 40% as at the 1st of March 2026. Government debt status as at 31st March 2026. The municipality's total outstanding government debt amounted to 130 million. It's 130.8 million. Of this amount, 9.4 million was accepted, while 121.4 million was not accepted. The accepted portion represents approximately 7.2% of the total debt, with approximately 92.8% remaining not accepted. Provincial Public Works remains the largest government debt, with an outstanding balance of 105.8 million, representing approximately 80.9% of the total government debt. Only 1.2 million of this balance was accepted, while 104.6 million was not accepted. The next largest balances relate to rural development at 11.2 million and LIMDEF at 992,000. The confirmed government debt position of 130.885 million requires focused intervention, particularly because 92.8% of the balance remains not accepted. Provincial Public Works is the central resolution priority. A coordinated reconciliation, confirmation and payment program supported by Provincial Treasury and CoGHSTA is required to facilitate the settlement of verified government debt. Creditors aging analysis. The creditors aging under 30 days is 256,000 as at 31st March 2026. Municipality is paying their suppliers within 30 days. The grant performance. The municipality has approved conditional grants budgeted. The municipality has approved conditional grants budget of 156 million. Year to date, actual of 150 million, resulting in underspending by 6 million. Financial position, liquidity, repairs and sustainability ratios. The cash position is at 1.2 billion. Cost convert ratio is at 23 months, while target is 1 to 3 months, meaning municipality has lower risk of being unable to fund monthly fixed operational expenditure and to continue rendering services as it can sustain for about 23 months as at 30 March 2026. Tulamela repairs and maintenance percentage is at 4%, which is lower than the norm of 8%, meaning municipality did not comply with the legislated norm on 2025-2026 financial year, but during the 26-27 budget year, the norm has reached the target. Municipalities' overall financial position remains stable, with specific risk areas regarding revenue collection, of which the municipality has introduced a debt relief program and incentive scheme to assist the consumers to settle their municipal accounts, which will be valid from the 1st of April 2026 to 30th June 2026. MPEG functionality. The committee is functional. Among other activities, MPEG handled the following on behalf of Council: the review of quarterly performance information, the review of AGSA and internal audit findings, oversight report on annual report, and the report was published, investigation, all unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures, and also conduct public participation and public hearing. UIFW expenditure as at March 2026. The unauthorized expenditure, our closing balance at 31st March 2026 is 6.8 million. For fruitless expenditure, the opening balance was at 4.4 million. The irregular expenditure, it was at 35.8 million. The AG audit, the municipality received qualified audit opinions in the last 2 financial years. Management has implemented corrective actions to address audit findings and strengthen internal controls with the aim of improving audit outcomes and regaining an unqualified audit opinion where the use of consultants. The scope includes skills transfer, and only asset register is annually repeated due to specialist skills of the engineering experts to unbundle completed infrastructure projects. The data cleansing is a once-off project, whilst the AFS review and audit support is as and when required. Compliance with minimum competency. The municipality has submitted the minimum competency report. Officials with outstanding unit standards have been enrolled in the required training program, with the final training sessions scheduled for August 2026. All senior managers, including the Chief Financial Officer and the Municipal Manager, are participating in the program to ensure full compliance. The municipality has been using normal SCM policy aligned to National Treasury SCM regulations for all municipal procurements and has been adopted by Council for implementation. The municipality requires an extensive training from National Treasury and LT procurement to improve service delivery. The municipality has partnered with MISA, NT and LTP, and initial training has been conducted on the 6th and 7th November 2025. Infrastructure procurement, and the second training was done on the 3rd quarter. The MISA is also providing technical assistance in terms of reviewing LG framework for infrastructure delivery and procurement management and alignment with the other ACM legislations and acts, e.g. Constitution, SCM regulations and MFMA for adoption by Council and implementation in 2026-2027 financial year. The completed projects for 2024-2025 financial year, planned projects for 2025-2026 financial year, and implementation plan, they are indicated there. There are still completed projects for 2024-2025 financial year, planned projects for 2025-2026 financial year, and the implementation plan 2025-2026 planned projects. They are indicated. Basic services in connection with housing delivery 2021-2022 allocation is 286 houses. 2022 to 2023 allocation and actual it's 1,058 houses. 2023-2024 allocation 733 houses. Current backlog is 25,000 and 2024-2025 allocation was 365. Challenges is allocation from CoGHSTA not enough to address the backlog. In conclusion, municipality will continue to submit all in-year reports within the legislated time frame. The municipality will take into consideration monthly assessment from all different stakeholders. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will just request that we go for a break for 15 minutes. Reason being lunch. So the likelihood that one of the two will not be eaten is there, and that will cause a trouble for us, particularly for this. Breakfast is prepared, also. Thank you. And it's now Colin Chavano, what is this one? Makado Municipality, please get yourself ready. No matter the numbers in here, we start. Makado, local municipality, it's your time. Where's the mayor? Mayor Makado. In the meantime, Collins Chavani must also get itself ready. Ababuye bumeya, buya guy. Obadelana til. Dan tawene karazanga, dan mshimoni. Danke.
Thank you very much. To the chairperson and honorables, allow me to write on the protocol already established. With my presentation, Makado presentation won't take long. However, we'll be covering everything that you need to know about our history. Don't to skip, we didn't include the background of the municipality. We shot straight to the questions regarding the financial functionality of the municipality. Functionality of Council Committee as at the 31st March 2026. The PMT is functional, the EXCO also functional, Section 79 functional, Audit Committee is functional, Ward Committee, all 38 wards are functional, MPEG is functional, our tribunal is functional, and the Municipal Appeal Authority is functional. We don't have any challenges regarding all these committees mentioned. On the staff regulations, Makado local municipality has cascaded the regulations to junior level since 2024-2025 financial year. All staff members have signed the performance agreement and plans. Then now, next page, the financial health, revenue and expenditure, 31st March 2026. Our total revenue, the budget is 1.6 million. Oh, it's billion. 1.6 billion. And then the actual is 1.1 billion. And the percentage 66%, and total expenditure is 1.5 billion, and the 1.058 billion, and the percentage is 70%. The capital expenditure is 271 million, 59 million, and the percentage is 59%. On financial health, conditional grant spending at 31st March 2026, OMIG 111, that's the amount received at 31st March 2026, and expenditure 76. And percentage point is percentage spent is 69%. Well, INEP 19 million, it's 19.7 million, and then the expenditure is 12 5.1 million percentage spent is 61%. And then the FMG as at 31st of March 2026, and then the expenditure is 1.8, and then 94%. By then, EPWP, we received 3.3 million, expenditure 2.4, and we're at expenditure 4.4 million at 73%. The heavy rains that occurred in January, February, and March affected the performance of projects, therefore ultimately affecting the performance on our MIG, INAP, and disaster grant. Property rates and taxes, grants which are equitable shares, municipal infrastructure grants, integrated national EPWP grant and municipal disaster grant. I would like to make a correction. Unfortunately, the executive mayor is not here. Makado local municipalities equitable share was not held. We received it on time. They did not hold our equitable share. We also have get our sources through own funding, where we get money from services, sales, electricity, and hiring of public facilities. And then the debtors book balance is 601 million as at 31st March 2026. The bulk of these debtors lies with our R293 townships who are not paying any services at all. We have requested ESCOM to grant us permission to electrify this R29 to make them pay the property rates, but ESCOM has turned us down twice already. They are refusing with that authorization. Municipal collection rate, actually we have collected 97%, and 2025-2026 at 31st March 2026 was 86% collection rate. By 2024-2025, actual it was 12%, and 2025-2026 as 31st March it was 10%. And this is due to illegal connections of electricity and depreciation on our electrical infrastructure. And we are attending to this. We are bit by bit installing the smart meters that are able to detect when there is an illegal connection. And we are also refurbishing our infrastructure by replacing the old poles of electricity. And then distribution losses, there it is. Norm is 7% to 10%. Number of units purchased or generated is 146.844. Number of units sold is 131.448, and the results were at 10%. Does the municipality have a strategy to reduce the electricity losses? Yes, we do have, by the installation of our smart meters. That's how we are addressing these losses. Municipal budget 2026-2027, the municipality has tabled a funded budget for 2026-2027. Municipal financial viability, sustainable billing versus collection. By 2024-2025, the billing was 640 .366 is it million below. And the actual 119.027, which gives us 97%. At 2025-2026, July to 2020, the billing was 551.015, and the actual collected revenue is 473.646, which is in percent. I think we're doing fine there. Financial health, the M-score. The municipality is currently addressing all the M-score findings that are raised by the LPT. Like e.g. our actual expenditure that was exceeding the budget on the segment, and then financial health, short-term financial viability risk, Makado municipalities liquidity ratio is above 1:1, and sufficient cash is available to pay its creditors. The municipality's third-party accounts are up to date, e.g. our SARS, our ESCOM, our pension, UIF, including VDM, Member District Municipality. The municipality has adopted the following strategies to improve its liquidity: by installing smart meters to improve revenue collection, data cleansing of the long outstanding debtors, implementation of revenue enhancement strategy, continuous implementation of cost containment measures on non-core expenditure, e.g. traveling, catering, etc., continuing using of treasury tenders, transversal contracts in procuring vehicles, continuous implementation of credit controls policies to ensure maximum revenue collection. The municipality has sold 778 stands in the 2025-2026 financial year, amounting to the value of 205.8 million to improve the cash flow position of the municipality, so that on a monthly basis all obligations are met. Financial governance, UIFW expenditure. Makado municipality is doing its level best to reduce the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because we don't have any unauthorized and irregular expenditure. We have fruitless and wasteful, where for ESCOM interest, which was at 4.8 million as at the 31st of March 2026. However, the municipality is doing its level best to reduce the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred on the interest that we are owing at ESCOM. Audit outcome for past 5 years, the municipality has been performing well in terms of the audit outcome for the past 5 years. From 2020 to 2021 up to 2024-2025, we have been getting unqualified audit opinion consistently. Status of monthly reconciliation at 31st March 2026. There our reconciliations were bank reconciliation, grant reconciliation, assets reconciliation, petty cash reconciliation, retention, inventory, debtors, salary reconciliation, VAT reconciliation. All above reconciliations were updated as at 31st March 2026. On the departmental debts to municipalities, the main contributor to the balance of departmental debts is the Department of Rural Development, which was owing Makado 52 million, including interest, as at the 31st of March 2026. However, last week they came and met with the municipality, where they made an arrangement of paying 10 million up until they finish their debt. Measures to improve audit outcome, is because Tina's Makado, we switch off. Measures to improve audit outcome, strategies to achieve clean audit will ensure that operational clean audit committee is functional to deal with all audit issues, and then will ensure that all findings of previous audits raised by AG are addressed through operational clean committee and development of an audit action plan, and to monitor its progress on the regular basis to ensure that internal control measures are in place and effective, to ensure that all registers are updated on the monthly basis and are reconciled to control, to adhere to deadline days for submission of reports, to update all monthly key reconciliation, to ensure that fixed asset register is completed on time, will adhere to the timeline on AFS preparation plan and submit AFS on or before the 31st of August, will be avoiding audit findings by submitting credible AFS and AGSA to be available during all audit process, and attend AGSA requests of information on time, to avoid any non-compliance with the FMA and other legislations. Thank you very much, Nakensa.
Thank you very much, chairpersons, for granting us this opportunity. Let me extend my greetings to the two of you and also to the honorable members of the two portfolio committees, to my colleagues from Bembe, as well as officials from the two departments which are here. Chair, I'm not going to waste much time in terms of going through the background as well as the vision and mission of our municipality. I'll start with the key focus areas which the presentation is going to cater for, which is institutional health of the municipality, the financial health of the municipality, financial governance, as well as service delivery. Institutional health. This will be more or less, the presentation will take a shape of responding to the observations as made by Provincial Treasury, or the grey areas as reflected. In terms of institutional health of the municipality, we have the council, executive committee, all portfolio committees, including our programming committee, which all of them, they are functioning very well. Then coming to special strategies, in response to the observations, our municipality, in our municipality we have a very good working relationship with between our municipality as well as our traditional leaders, which have enabled the municipality to do proclamations of about 10 townships, meaning that we are working very well with our traditional leaders. As reflected there, they are just a sample of traditional councils which have agreed to give us land to start with township establishment. Then the stability of the council our council is very stable and it's able to monitor and ensure that all the resolutions which are taken are being implemented as such. Then planning, budget and reporting alignment. Yes, we can agree that there are some challenges on M-score and alignment of data strings. However, they are receiving serious attention or are being resolved. When it comes to municipal staff regulations have been adopted and cascaded to lower level employees. Performance evaluation for middle management and lower level employees are being done based on the new staff establishment. Still on institutional health of the municipality, as municipality of Collins Chabani, in terms of the approval or adoption of the budget, we've been approving funded budget throughout. When it comes to the issue of repairs and maintenance, yes, we are below the norm of 8%. We are at 3.7, but this is due to budgetary constraints. But we are in the process of ensuring that we put plans and systems in place to improve the situation. I'm not going to deal with the water losses as well as the electricity losses. The EM have dealt sufficiently with that as a water service authority. Then we'll go to the next one, that is the financial health of the municipality. I'm pleased, honorable members, to report to you that the Collins Chaban local municipality, for the past 5 years, we have managed to approve both funded budget and funded adjustment budgets. The report, as displayed there, proves beyond the doubt that we did manage to approve both the funded budget and budget adjustment. Then the revenue collection, in terms of property rates, we are at 31%, and when refuse, we are at 38%, and the overall percentage thereof of the collection rate is at the 3%, where we agree that we are not doing well in that regard. Grant spending, all of them, including MIG, we are at 100%. I hope I'm moving in line with what is being reflected. Yes, the grant spending, all of them are at 100%. I've just noted that there is one omission, that is the INEP one. It's also at 100%. Then we come to the operational expenditure of the municipality. There is how we are spending our monies on operational budget. Yes, we are not doing very well when it comes to contracted services, and there are plans underway to improve that. But when it comes to other expenditures, I think they are going well. When you check the employee-related cost, it's within the norm. Those are the expenditures as displayed. When it comes to capital budget, both the internal funding as well as the grant funding, we are at 105%, which give us a sort of a green light that we don't have any risk of any rollover at the end of the financial year. Capital expenditure, as per departments, there it is reflected on the graph. When you check community and public safety together with economic and environment services at 12% and 73% respectively, when we combine them, they are at 85%, meaning that we spend a lot of our expenditure is focused on service delivery. Then we go to our debtors. The age analysis is as reflected. We are being owed about 260 million. Then over 90 days, that's where the ghost is emanating from. It's 244 million. Then the below 90 days until below 30 days is 2%, 2% and the like. Then those who are owing us are state organs, which I will deal with during the course of the presentation. As reflected there, the amount they are owing, a commercial, together with the households. Then as a municipality, we have embarked on a debt relief program, adopted a debt relief program in council, where we are bearing fruits by implementing the debt relief program. Up to date, we have collected 11 million because of the debt relief program which we adopted as municipality, and we also pursue revenue enhancement strategies where we go to the communities, trying to engage with community members, more especially in the proclaimed areas, to encourage them to pay for services, and also to incentivize them by the relief, debt relief program. Then we go to the creditors at this stage, under the period under review. In terms of paying our creditors, from 31 to over 90 days, we don't have anyone whom we are owing, except to report to this honorable house that between 0 and 30%, we've managed to pay 100% of our creditors. Repairs and maintenance is just a repetition. I've dealt with that one. Water losses, I said the EM have dealt with that one, as well as the electricity losses. When it comes to M-score, we are, as Provincial local municipality, complying with the M-score, and to ensure that we also comply, we are currently activating the evaluation as well as the PMU model. The other models we have complied. Then the use of consultants, we are happy to report to this honorable house that for the first time, as Provincial local municipality, we have managed to do the AFS internally and only reviewed them externally. Yeah, I think that is the case. Then can we move the financial health of the municipality? Yes, we agree and acknowledge that we are in financial distress as a municipality, although it seems as if now it's showing some other things, and we are dealing with that situation. Financial governance. Under financial governance, we have got the consequences management when it comes to UIFW expenditure. As municipality, we have managed to make corrective measures for the recovery, prevention, and punishment are applied. Audit committee as well as MPEC are there to assist us as well. The audit outcomes, the audit action plans are done and uploaded on the system. The use of consultants on infrastructure, yes, indeed, we rely on consultants on infrastructure, but we are also building capacity. This one is very important. On VAT, we are no longer using consultants. Preparation of AFS, not using consultants, but when it comes to the review of AFS, we have been using consultants, but in the very near future, we are going to ensure that we do away with this use of consultants to review our AFS. Asset registers, yes, we are still using asset registers. We are still using consultants. There is an expenditure which we incurred in terms of a regular expenditure. It was just an accumulation of a multi-year project, which safely one can report that at this moment, our UIFW expenditure is being managed, and we no longer have a big figure like reflected there. Then departmental debt to municipalities. There are two departments, honorable members, which I need to zoom into. That is rural development as well as public works. These two departments are owing our municipality huge sum of money. Rural development, 31 million. Public works, 77. And when you add the two, it's more than 100 million. That is where we are requesting your executive intervention to assist us as municipality. You'll bear in mind, honorable members, that Collins Shabane is a new municipality which has been established in 2016. With that, we had a lot of service delivery backlog, and we really need the assistance in order for us to continue and ensuring that we provide services to our people. So many people have spoken on this one. I'm not going to spend more time. Then we come to service delivery. I think the service delivery one will more or less confirm that we really need your assistance. The service delivery report or presentation will deal with the township establishment, waste management, road infrastructure, which we are implementing as well as electrifications of new extensions in our municipality. There is a map. I would like you to reflect the map. Or is on the updated one? Yes. As Collins Shaban local municipality, considering that we are a rural municipality, we embarked on a very ambitious program of establishing new townships with the hope of increasing our revenue base. Amongst those proposed new townships, with the assistance of our traditional leaders who releases land for us to start with these new townships. We have got the likes of Mabanda, we have got the likes of Shikondo, Majozi, Ngona Kron. I think most of you might be knowing Ngona Kron. We have Nandole Golf Estate, Mshaziville, Tititi, Masakona, Dabane, and the likes. Then, those are the new townships. In terms of progress, where we are in terms of their establishment, some of them are at the final stages of being proclaimed. And while we are embarking on this township establishment, the majority of them, we are going to ensure that, given that we have been awarded an electricity license by NESA, being the first municipality, I think if my facts serve me well, being the first municipality since the dawn of democracy to be awarded an on generation of electricity through the use of solar, distribution to residents as well as trading. Some of these new townships are going to ensure that they get electricity from the municipality, the solar. Then that is township establishment, which I've just summarized. We also have the management. We have just highlighted some of the equipment which we have in terms of carrying out the responsibility of waste management. But what one can simply conclude or bring to your attention is that we have made it possible that strategic in the rural areas, we place these skip bins for rural communities to get removal. Then road infrastructure. Out of the 36 wards in Collins Chabane, we have managed 31 access roads in rural communities. The other 5 which are left, we are on designs. I think you might have heard the PS of the ruling party in one social media clip where he was commenting about that we are the first in the Republic internal streets or access roads to rural areas. We have indicated the number of projects which we are doing currently in our municipality, and also to indicate that they are spread across the across the municipality, clustered in one area. Then the electricity one, that is using the INEP as well as the ESCOM one, we have reflected the report as such of the new extensions which we are electrifying. I'm not going to bore you with that one. Then the audit outcome for the previous financial years, starting with 2020, 2021, with the exception of 2023, 2024, we have been getting unqualified audit opinion, with the exception of that financial year. Maybe it was due to complacency, but the previous one, it was unqualified audit opinion, and we want to improve where we have regular audit steering committee meetings, which the mayor and the executive committee participate in these meetings to ensure that we give support. And also our portfolio committees, in case there are audit findings, they are discussed at that level, so that we support to improve the audit outcomes. Nakensa, Ndoribuwa, Bayadan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayors, for explicit presentations. I will just start from take 2 municipalities and 2 municipalities. I will see how you respond from that side. Okay, 4 municipalities let it go. Amen. In that order again, Musina, honorable members, it's your time to interact. Start first with Musina, and then in that order again. Can I start that side again now, the 2 in 1? Honorable members, Honorable Machumani, and Honorable Bella Kupamabuza, and then Honorable Machete, I start with you. Categorize them clearly that now this one is for College Chavani, Makado, yeah, in that order.
No, thanks very much. I'm not very certain whether we could start everywhere because we're prepared for them, but I would prefer that you allow us that space. When we ask, they will simply note, and when the time comes, they did. Just want to start with College Chavan and appreciate the work that is underway. One on the proclamation and the ambitious program of 10 township establishment. Just to check with you, if this happens, what could be the positive spin-offs that municipality will derive from? 2 was in relation to the issue of the formalization of communities to pay services. You are saying you are able to engage stakeholders, but I just want to be sure whether you have got a formalized program that have identified communities that are willing to pay. Because we have communities that are willing to pay, provided the services that would be given to them. If you can relate to us that story of how many of the communities that you might have had that are willing for the purposes of formalization so as to increase your revenue. The last issue on yourself would be on the issue of external consultant with regard to the review of the annual financial statement, and which could have been the case with the district municipality. Just to get a sense as to what is it that you are doing to ensure that as and when you are dealing with the internal annual financial statement on your own, what is it that you are doing to ensure that you don't review, you also go through the route of reviewing the annual financial statement on your own, just to get that sense. I will then give to the other members as well.
Okay, thanks. And I don't have much. To Musina in particular, you're saying UIFWE reduced by 396.5 million from what baseline? At least if you can know you are moving from where, and reducing is a good thing, but at least where are we moving from? For us to be able to gauge the progress. The ESCOM debt payment plan signed and serviced. And I think it's one of the reasons why you had issues with the National Treasury. So my interest will be what was happening before the new, are you signing a new one, or it has been there, it's just that in the process you were not servicing it, or what is the story? I'm asking this so that, remember, you must now start to work towards avoiding it to recur. Now, at least we need to be comfortable that it's something that will never happen. So, but also interestingly, you received your tranche now on the basis that you've signed a new plan, and obviously the receiving, and does it have the conditions that if you're not doing 1, 2, 3 by this time, then it will happen again against the next tranche of equitable, at least if you can make us comfortable. Collins Chavan, you are utilizing consultants. You've been technical how you are reporting it to us, and I'll tell you why. It's developed internal and reviewed external by consultants, right? Yeah. You are developing internal, but it's reviewed external by who? By consultants. I don't know if you get my point. I don't know if you see where I'm driving you to. There's no difference. You are still utilizing the consultant because it must be a total overhaul of utilization of consultants on the development of the AFS. So for me, it's technical. Perhaps you might need to come out clear. I think I'm happy because they are laughing because they've picked it up as well. So if it was to be in a review internal by internal audit, then there's a total overhaul of the utilization of consultants. But I think you'll be able to take us through. Thank you so much. I think in the main, those are the ones that I have.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Even though I didn't listen to the other municipalities when they were presenting, but I was able to hear Collins Chavan. And let me indicate that I'm happy on the issue of the UIF that are being managed by the municipality. And also the issue of the establishment of the 10 township. It's also a way forward in terms of making sure that you grow as a municipality. The question that I want to check on, whether I didn't understand it well, is the issue of the access route that the mayor was presenting. In terms of saying that they've got the one access road projects that are busy with, I don't know whether I did hear it correctly. I just want to check for which financial, one financial year, or you are referring to the whole, the project that you do have in those previous years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by appreciating all the presentation that's made by our local municipalities. Maybe to start with Musina. In terms of the presentation, you could see the presentation was honest, and it's a clear, actually, indication that the municipality is really struggling because if you check in terms of revenue collection, relying on electricity, their own source relying on electricity and public facilities only. I think the municipalities will continue to struggle. But I want to check because municipality is a mining town. Your collaboration with the private sector, in particular the mining, because I'm just raising this because if they are coming to part, they can actually assist the municipality with regard to the areas where the municipality is struggling. I can give you an example. You could see the private sector there, they're playing a very pivotal role, assisting those municipalities. Then I just also want to check, because the large part of Musina is also rural. How are you how are you dealing with the households that are struggling, the poor households? And actually you have got the indigent policy. How is the indigent policy assisting in terms of alleviating poverty and to make sure that also the poor communities that are coming to part, they are being assisted by government? If you could explain that. The last one, I think, Musina, you have been struggling with the ESCOM debt. I just want to know the status currently. How far are you? Has it been settled, or how far are you in terms of servicing that debt? And then moving to, should I start with Tulamela? Yeah, let me start with Tulamela. In your presentation, Mayor, you spoke about the challenge of future expansion. To expand as the municipality. In other words, you are saying you are able to develop as the municipality because you don't have because most of the land that surround the Tulamela town is traditionally, traditional authority owned. But if maybe you can benchmark with the College Chavan, how the College Chavan are doing it, because you are able to collaborate with traditional leaders around so that they are able to provide land for development, because that is very critical. I'm just giving an example. The way Provincial and they were presenting, we do appreciate as government that could see the making of, making sure that there is development. They develop that municipality. I think. The revenue collection rate, as you indicated, that you are sitting at just 40%. That's 40%. I think, although you are doing something, but what are the strategies that you are employing to make sure that you increase the collection rate? Like we have said, when you are a municipality, you must be able to generate a revenue on your own. You cannot rely only on grants. I think with Tulamela, I'm done. The issue of repair and maintenance, it's all the municipalities as presented, we are all affected. We are not doing well, and you agree that much work still needs to be done. That's the area where you need to improve, because it's very, very critical. And you must realize that communities cannot wait. Actually, the communities are impatient. They need, services or infrastructure to be repaired, to be maintained, and on time. That's one area that you must just focus on. For now, I think I'm done. The same question that I asked with Musina, I'm also posing it to Tulamela. You are in indigent policy, because Tulamela is also predominantly rural. How are you dealing with indigent policy, the indigent register with all your councillors to make sure that the disadvantaged households are also assisted? Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Passing the back. Thanks very much, and thanks for the presentation from all our honorable mayors in terms of it really shows that you are hands on deck, because you could easily move on your own municipalities and make presentations. In Messina, the only issue that I think Messina that we spoke about was on the issue of ESCOM, your turnaround in agreement with ESCOM. Basically, your town is growing, and what are your plans in terms of your special development, in terms of the growth of the town, and the kind of influx that it carries? I was impressed with your rehabilitation of the streets when I was around there. It really shows that something is done to keep the town to its status, either yourself or helped by any department, but the matter is it is within the inner city of the town, and that is quite impressive. You spoke of your voluntary finance recovery plan, your VFRP, in terms of making sure that you are financially stable. Can you just update us, how far are you now? Are you seeing any recovery in terms of your voluntary financial recovery plan? And in terms of your distribution loss, on electricity, you're standing at about 9.6%. and I've seen it is a trend in all municipalities, what you buy vis-a-vis, because in terms of electricity generation, if your NERSA certificate is up to standard, you are not in any way questioning, NERSA is not questioning you in terms of your infrastructure development, because it's something that I'm going to come on Makado and Tulamela in terms of your infrastructure on electricity, because if you don't budget in terms of revamping your electricity, you might lose that NERSA's license. Because there might be issues that NERSA is questioning in terms of your capacity to provide electricity. You can't buy for 10 rand as a municipality because we're generating income through electricity and you get 7 rand. Something's not right there. I'm just asking colleagues, something's not right. Your units you purchase at 7 million as Musina now, when you sell you get 6 million. We can't allow that loss. This is very huge. We should have been at least around 9, because the tariffs that you have put in terms of municipal tariffs and approved by NERSA, already you have made a markup in terms of your commission in the electricity billing. Therefore, when you buy at that amount, it's all municipal at 7 million and you get 6.5. I think Pratt is not going to be happy with you. It's not value for money. The issue of property rate is fine. You are doing your best. 60%, electricity is 48, but 48 is not, can't be acceptable, colleagues. 52% on the refuse collection. For you to attract people coming into a town is that, and investors possibly, you are part of the Messina Makado working SEZ. You must be ready that when this bulk infrastructure and bulk working roll out in terms of employment and in terms of people starting to occupy that town as a strategic town, either from Southern Africa, including in Africa, in South Africa, you have got that capacity to can handle the volume that is coming to you. One, you should start budgeting to make sure that your water reticulation network through the executive mayor, you start increasing your capacity on your water treatment plant, increase capacity on your sewer treatment plant. They're going to catch up with you very soon. If you are not smart enough. They've catch up with a lot of municipalities and we're on a back foot now. Repair and maintenance is fine, it's 3.4 million, you've used around 1.1. We can't just kill you for that. Departmental debt is 17 million. I think you must reinforce and collect that money. You should, Umair. You should reinforce and collect that money. People will say it's election time, but you know, municipalities are going down. They will collapse in your hand, and history will not. We are going to say it was during your time when that municipality collapsed, and that thing is going to be written in the history books. Your children, your grandchildren will see that. This grandfather of ours, was trouble. Now on, but I think it was an issue of, that was Tulamela, Musina. Can I just go to Tulamela? Chair, Tulamela is one of the municipalities that hosts the biggest water treatment plant in the province. The biggest water treatment plant in this province is in Tulamela municipality. If you didn't know. The one called Vondo water treatment plant. There is no water treatment plant that is bigger than that one, including the Polokwane one. It's too small. Now, what does it tell you? It tells you that in terms of your capacity, the town is grown. It means you must increase your sewer plant. It's just like those who are staying in Polokwane. When you go through your road to Honorable Machete, if you want to drive to Sishewo Old Road during the evening at about 5, 6, or in the morning at about 6, 7, the smell there is a very nice smell. R521, yeah. He enjoys the smell there in the afternoon. Why? The volume is picked of our community going home. They are flushing toilets, they are bathing. Now the sewer is telling you issues that You have left me for many years, you never developed me. I'm starting to give you trouble. It's a trouble that is coming to you in Tulamela if you're not smart. In doing better on your treatment plant of sewer, because on the water one, at least is the best, among the best in the province. It's just for you to maintain it through your district. Because if you don't maintain it, also if it collapses. If you remember yourself in Tulamela, you had a very serious problem of water in the town of Johannesburg, but now you don't have. It's because of this treatment plant. And the more you collect revenue, you don't direct it to the where you're collecting revenue. You're causing a very serious disaster. But with your presentation, Honorable Mayor, I'm happy that you're switching them off and they're paying you, they're giving you 10 million every month. It's a good start. And continue switching them off so that they pay for the services. Those of us who are reluctant to switch off because you've got the relationship, we want to be big brother, when your organization will call you because you are not performing, don't come and say we didn't tell you. People must pay for the services that they've done. That should be the bottom line. Yeah, I was speaking about the growth part of the municipality. I think the other part that I also wanted to raise was on the 150 million under spending by 6 million. Okay, that one I can live with it. It's not a big deal. Chair, let me go to. Did I speak to Mike Makado? Yeah, no, with Makado, I think we are the property rate. I'm happy with the debt book. Balance was at 601. I want us to. It might be cascaded which ones are they owing you, so that we'll also look whether departments is a huge amount is department or is business. But if it's business, you've got a center there in Makado, your industrial park. Industrial park is the one that is consuming a lot of electricity, a lot of water, and it's where you should be able to collect your money. A lot. Because if you go to the Ntumule Kutama area, you won't get anything because our people are not paying for water that side. It's not where you can collect. You won't collect there. But if you concentrate, I know if you go to your debt book, you will see that most of your money that is not there is within that industrial park where you have in Makado. Is the one that is consuming a lot. And we don't see you putting actions here that you must switch them off or you collect your money. Because it can be. Collection rate is at 97%. It's quite okay. The first financial year, 86%. You can't allow it to drop. You're at 97% now, you're standing at 86%. If you're at 97 in the previous financial year, make sure that every month of this financial year, you remain at 97%. It means it will push you at least towards 98, 99%. But if you allow it to drop down, you can't reach that 100% if you want to collect that rate. The same thing with Makado. Your purchase was at 146 million, you collected 131 million of electricity. And Chair, could they also tell us about their status in terms of the NERSA license? Whether are they in compliance in terms of all the issues that NERSA is related to? I'm worried if you start losing electricity licenses in towns and ESCOM take over. You see the struggle that Tulamela is having. Is it Tulamela or Makado? The struggle that Tulamela is having in terms of, I don't remember, one mayor spoke about it, in terms of making sure that electrified area that you wanted ESCOM to hand it over, ESCOM doesn't want to hand it over. It's Makado. Yeah, therefore, it's an issue that you should raise with the minister. If you have invested money there, or working that grant of electricity, yeah, if you have invested money there but you are not getting the joy from ESCOM, you should raise the matter with the minister. Because you invest money, there is no value for money for you coming back into the coffers of Makado. But my also issue is that you should also have a strategy to reduce your electricity losses. But you said you are installing smart meters. To me, smart meters start with the business sector. Don't only target our and let there be smart meters, because sometimes smart meters are also, people take advantage of the smart meters and do other things. The billing collection in terms of 2024-2025 was 640. Oh yeah, I spoke to it this one. The third party account up to date, we really appreciate if your third party are up to date. And is it Makado that sold stands and you accumulated 205 million? Yes. Hopefully that area is serviced. And if it's not serviced, what is CoGHSTA saying? Because if you have sold, it's a service area. Thank you very much. Therefore, it means we are still going to. And immediately the projection of Makado says to you, you are at 86%. If you don't keep that 86% in terms of revenue collection, it drops. You're going to cause us problems there in the town. Don't allow it to drop. If it's the Mtabina who has got the property there is not paying because he has put people in the house there, they are renting, go and switch off. Because if you allow it to drop, it means now the town in itself will only have any capacity to rejuvenate its internal programs, including issue of vitalization of streets that are there. You are on unqualified audit opinion for 2020 until 2025, unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis. What are those matters of emphasis? So that we know where are you lacking, because if you don't deal with, you can't be on a qualified report for those periods. You must be on a qualified audit opinion without matters of emphasis, a clean audit. We want you to reach there. What are these matters of emphasis? Because when I checked, all your, I think it was, you were dealing with a lot of things that you said you dealt with them, but what are the matters of emphasis between this year that AG doesn't give you a clean audit in terms of unqualified audit opinion without matters of emphasis? So that we're clear, but we're quite grateful in terms of the work that we do. Operational Cleaning Committee, I think let's give it time, let's see what good work is it going to do. Let me go to Kawamana, the illegal Collins Chawan. We really appreciate the good work that when I, you know, some of us we've also gone to these villages sometimes in the darkest times where you find even street lights in a rural village and paving in a rural village. That is what we call development of what we call rural metro in the future. We do it in that context. You will see those street lights in downtown rural villages. I don't want to tell you where I am, which village did I go, because you will know where I'm consulting in terms of my traditional healer. But they're downtown in those deep rural areas. And also the paving roads. We really appreciate that we've seen that development change going in those sides of the issue. Property rate 31%, I think we have fine collection at 11 million, creditors 31 at your VAT, your AFT. I think Honorable Rakwali spoke to issue that relates to your utilization of the external help. But you must also brief us, Honorable Mayor, that in terms of a property rate billing, you billed around 31%, 31 million, you collected only 9.8 million. And 26 million, and it means is that urban area in terms of our town of Malamulele. And you have, if you were in jail for the past 20 years and you're back in Malamulele, you might be lost, because the streets and those things that you did, they what we call it, those where our grannies sell things, the market areas, the stores, is a very different ball game altogether. Because you are investing, but you can't allow people to stay in that township and not collect this money. It's a lot of money. If it means you go to council, go through the processes, do the rebates where it's necessary, being approved by the authorities that be, let it be, but you collect at least something. You can't just leave 21 million lying in our people and you don't collect it. And you want to come and enforce, when there is a need for you to enforce, you find that a grain who didn't do working into indigent, didn't fill up the indigent, is owing more than 10,000. Immediately you touch that grain, it becomes a public outcry. Let's collect where we can collect and help us to tell us what impact did the municipal technical advisors that were deployed by National Treasury did to your municipality, and what help did they give to you? What was their role? I know it's one young boy comes from my area. He was once deployed there as a municipal technical advisor. We want to understand and contextualize what brought us sending to our municipalities as municipal technical advisors. What is their role and what are they contributing positively, or is there any outcry in terms of their consistent deployment by National Treasury in collaboration with Provincial Treasury in different municipalities? And I think Nkayale Ndabule utamjela kati kuluku akaraterali lekayale jamela basitwa kutra kati na lokanga telkati mkongola kwa lantero inko. I think I'm done. It was only those municipalities, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Let me firstly appreciate the presentation as made by the mayors. I only have few questions to raise, maybe starting with Colin Shaban. We really appreciate this project, this ambitious project of township establishment. I guess it's meant to ensure that at least you are able to come and enhance your revenue collection. I just wanted to check what other measures have you put in place to capacitate the people economically so that they would be better candidates for residents in those townships once they're established. But because you need people who would come and reside there. And such kind of people, it can't be anyone. It should be people who are capacitated economically to come and reside in those areas. The other issue, if I might have heard you well, in terms of the budget for repairs and maintenance, it seems you said it's 3.7, which is a worrying factor for me, where I'm standing. I guess you might need to, as you move forward, to ensure that at least you up that percentage, because it will mean that you, in terms of dealing with whatever repairs and maintenance, you may not be proactive, but you will deal with them as and when you see them happen. But as long as you are not addressing such, we might have a challenge in the future. Then with regard to Makado municipality, Honorable Matlo dealt with this one, but I just wanted to check with you, because with regard to the audit opinion that you have consistently secured, the unqualified audit opinion, you said there were measures put in place so that you were able to arrive at a clean audit opinion. I just want to check, because you have been on unqualified audit opinion for 5 years. When were those measures put in place? And if they were put in place in the previous years, how did it remain impossible for the municipality to secure a clean audit with such measures being put in place? I just want to get clarity there. There is an issue, of course, the last one, with regard to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the ESCOM problem. How are you addressing that one? Because we can't continuously have this as a problem indefinitely. Then with Chulamela municipality, I would have one question there. It has been indicated that Chulamela was also on an unqualified audit opinion until it regressed to qualified audit opinion. I just want to check what are the issues as raised by the AG, because they were not explicitly outlined to us. What are the issues that might have led you to regress? And maybe we need to indicate, the longer you reside on an audit opinion, the likelihood of regressing is there. With regard to Musina municipality. In terms of the report of Musina municipality has consistently, what next? Are you going to make use of your internal staff or a contractor?
Debt. There is no way that Musina will stabilize financially if the ESCOM issues are not addressed in the municipality, on us as the municipality. And we hope that this joint session will go a long way in terms of assisting us as the local authority on that side. There are a number of questions posed. Like I said, I will come in conclusion. The heat rising by people moving from our area in the villages to Sibasa and Thoyando. So we would want to invest around those areas. So that we believe will refocus the economy of Musina and make it more sustainable going forward. There is partnerships, Honorable Nechepe, that we're having with the local mining houses. Currently we have 2 signed SLPs, one with the Diamond Mining Company and the other with the Dolomite Company. There is a 3rd prospecting mining company that we're engaging at the moment that is looking at the copper space to resuscitate the old copper pipeline. The towns, the rehabilitation of roads that Honorable Mato spoke about that he saw recently or when he came to Msil, some of those things were made possible by that partnership that we have with this mining town, particularly Venetia mine. But we are also, as I said, realizing that Venetia mine may be under care and maintenance for 2 years. That is going to impact adversely our economy. It's going to possibly affect our revenue collection, and hence we're looking at diversifying ourselves into other spaces so that we create an environment that allows for economic activity and take our position as a potential cross-country or regional player in that space by our proximity to the upper of Africa. I think I wanted to raise that. Without exhausting the ESCOM part, I think it came, we are very subtle sometimes as municipalities about this issue of ESCOM, the rent for rent issue. It came from Akado, it's coming. Maybe let me start it this way. The way we set our tariffs, let's assume all our metering issues are sorted. The way we set our tariff or get our tariffs approved by NERSA is based on a flat tariff. Because Gogo Chauke will not understand that electricity at 7 o'clock will be different in terms of price, will be different from at 2 o'clock or at 8 o'clock in the evening. Gogo Chauke will not accept or have an understanding. I'm talking using Gogo Chauke as a symbolic reflection of community at large. That in winter, the price of electricity will be different too. And that is why Mayor Makato, Honorable Mayor Makato spoke in the, if you were looking at the presentation, said, I think what agreement says, like where we get into payment agreements, this thing happens every year. If municipalities that are providing electricity are honest with you, every year there are periods within which we are it's never possible to match what you receive and what you collect.
because the prices just knocks you from the onset. That's the first thing. So ESCOM is not interested in knowing at 7 o'clock it charges 8 rand. At 1 o'clock when there's nobody it charges 2 rand or 1 rand. I'm just giving. So that variation is not provided for in our price setting and in our approved tariff. This is a legislative space that we thought, and hence the mayor is saying, perhaps you would assist us to canvass on a more responsive. I think we had a sigh of relief the other day with the CFO when we heard that the Minister of Electricity is considering rationalizing the tariffs and how this thing is going to come to. But if there's an area that we must be assisted, almost every December or so and July, we enter into agreements because they just peak and we remain at. So besides the losses that were there, the price variation plays a very critical role in making electricity unaffordable for us, and we end up cross-subsidizing. The VAT consultant November, we have taken a decision that from November on, after the lapse of contract, we are not going to be continuing with outsourcing that service. We will be doing it internally. Previously, it was as a result of capacity constraints, HR in particular, in the municipality. We are in the process of appointing various functionaries in order to enable us to have enough hands to can do some of these things. We are one of the few municipalities that started with this in-house AFS development. The second one, which is the consultant on assets, it's really an engineering space. It's a professional space that can only be done by an actuarial scientist. So we have no option. We must get a certification of an actuarial scientist, and we would not have the muscle as a municipality. I doubt if there is any in the country that can pay and sustain an actuarial scientist in its payroll just to wait to do certain valuation at certain points in time. So that is one part that, if it was a risk issue, would say our appetite towards absorbing that is almost high because we can't do without. I think my other colleagues will assist with issues that are remaining that relates to the indigent coverage on the policy, as well as how it assists, as well as revenue collection, CFO, and the agreement with ESCOM, whether we're honoring or not, as well as UIFW. Thank you, Chairman.
Before you continue, I will urge and request that for those who are coming after you, please go to the key points. My fear is that when you lose one, you lose two, you'll get demotivated when you are there to respond to the questions raised. Once honorable members are leaving one by one, I don't think you'll be at a good place to find joy in the whole city.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, all protocol observed. I will start with the UIF W expenditure. Oh, what's that? To see you. Voice. I'm very tall, so I'm not sure if the cameras will even capture me. All right, thank you, Honorable Chair. The issue of the reduction in unwanted expenditure, the opening balance in the previous financial year was at about 506.7 million, came down to 142.6 million. That comes way back when, in all respects, MPEC at this stage, we all know the capacity has grown in terms of investigation, and AG relying on the work that they do. Previously, they would say they have investigated, only to find that AG will say we will not rely on that investigation, therefore will not allow you to write off. So majority of this was historic unwanted expenditure, which the current MPEC has managed to deal with. I will not go back to the issue of ESCOM. I think my colleague has covered it well, but I can indicate that depending on the periods, the current account for ESCOM, because we're still in the winter, the latter stage of winter, we're at about 27.6 million. Just for 1 month, and you can just imagine the previous 2-3 months, because we were deeper into winter, what amounts we are talking about. Like he said, it is almost impossible that even though there is no tampering of meters, all meters are smart meters, it's almost impossible for us to recover from that. And also adding into the fact that majority of municipalities, if not all, that are electricity resellers, their biggest contributor to their total revenue is electricity revenue. It funds a whole lot of things. You get to a point where you need to choose between ensuring sustainability of certain services against having a very good name in terms of paying ESCOM. So on a continuous basis, we have an issue of choosing between ensuring that you replace machinery and equipment so that service delivery can continue to happen, compared to you having to have a good name when you come to such platforms that you are clean, you have a zero balance. So it is our biggest contributor, and we rely on that more. In terms of government debts, I think the comment has been noted in terms of us going full, all out to ensure that we collect on that. Indigent policy, yes, it is assisting. 100% of our rural households are indigent. Probably 70% of our urban households are also indigent. So it is definitely assisting in terms of socio-economic conditions of our communities. Yeah, Chair, I think, that would be it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and members in the House. A lot has been said. Maybe I need to go to the electricity losses, which is 9.6. We still need to improve on that. Our acting has elaborated on the steps which we are doing as a municipality to make sure that we improve our infrastructure. The other challenge which we identify as, the gap is the question of people are not paying electricity based on, the land use which they are. There are a lot of changes. So as a municipality, we embarked on the issue of data leasing. It's just to make sure that we classify everybody according to the land use, so we can build them in line with the rates where they are. So the municipality is also doing, a regular meter inspection on audit, just to make sure that we don't have tampering. That's why we embark on the most of the meters which are replaced by smart metering, so that we can get, the maximum sale of electricity. Otherwise, the rest of the issues, has been covered with my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Concluded. Then we are going to
Thank you, Chairperson. Thulamela will start by appreciating the advices given to us by the honorable members. The issue around MPEC, whether it's functioning or not helping. As Thulamela, our MPEC is helping us a lot. It's helping us to reduce the UIFW expenditure. Then I will hand over to the acting municipal manager and the acting CFO to go with other questions.
Thanks, Honorable Mayor, for the opportunity. The first issue that came to Thulamela was about the issue of challenges with regard to the availability of land for future development. And then on our report, we've indicated that we've reviewed our SDF and land use management scheme. We are engaging with traditional leaders, senior traditional leaders in Thulamela local municipality, so that they provide us space wherein we can expand the development. Currently, they are only giving us opportunity to demarcate site in their areas, not to develop a township like Collins Chawani. So the level that we are in, as we are speaking now, in terms of engagement, is to provide land for us for development. Then, with regard to revenue, we acknowledge that we are at 40% collection, which is very low. We have developed strategies, various strategies to increase revenue. Among others, we come up with a program of debt relief, wherein we reduce the debt by 50% for our communities and 25% for the business people. We were able to collect 45 million in 3 months through that project, and then we have a council resolution. That process started in April to June, and then noting the positivity that we get, we extended that period by another 3 months for debt relief. So we are also making sure that our billing is correct, and our communication and marketing department is also sending messages to encourage people to to pay. We also come up with a strategy which was led by our compliance teams to make sure that all businesses which are operating in our towns are complying with our bylaws and registering and paying for services. And then we are seeing positivity on that one. Then with regard to repair and maintenance, yes, we are improving on that. We have noted that the challenge that we're facing was slow process in supply chain management and demand management plan. So we have taken a resolution as a municipality that by the 17th of August last week, all specifications for all projects must be submitted to supply chain offices, and we have done that, and we make sure that our all committees of specification, evaluation, and adjudication are functional and are meeting regularly to make sure that we improve. Then, with regard to the issue of indigency policy, we have updated our indigency register, and in June, before the start of the current financial year, we called all our councillors, and a workshop was conducted to empower them with regard to the process of recruitment and registration of indigents. And we also publicized these policies during our IDP and budget processes, public participations. And we also have got issue of electricity. We are in the process of applying for electricity license. We don't have. The challenge that we have is that the condition that ESCOM is saying is that we must not, the license will not cover the existing areas where there is electricity. They will give us license for new development area. Hence, we have indicated that we don't have that area because we are still negotiating with traditional leaders to give a space where we can have land where we can develop, and then we can use that license there, because for now it will not help us to collect revenue as anticipated. With regard to Vondo water treatment, that's the executive mayor and his team. They've talked about the issues of water. On issues that led to regress on audit opinion, we have a challenge with contingency liabilities, where with the best estimate, we're not in compliance with GRAP 19, and also the issues of revenue for non-exchangeable transaction, which was the difference between the market value of the general valuation roll, and also the issues of completeness of billing of properties and receivable from non-exchangeable transaction. Then we attended to all these challenges, assisted by our internal audit and audit and performance committee. Our audit steering committee is meeting. Our technical one is chaired by the municipal manager, and then the political one is chaired by the mayor, wherein we are giving progress on the implementation of our audit action plan. Oh, thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. And then according on what I have read them down, the acting municipal manager managed to address all the issues in a good manner.
Thank you. I'm going to Makala.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I thought since this is the Women's Month, you will leave us alone as women. But so it does not apply here. No, thank you very much. You wanted to know how does the Treasury oversight reports assist us as mayors. What we do, we discuss it in our ex-committee. Then the accounting officer and management are instructed to comply with the recommendations and the implementation of it thereof. With these other questions, I will also pass it to the technocrats of the municipality to tackle it. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mayor, and all members of this committee. I think I've noted two issues that needs to be responded to. The first issue is around fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the interest that are being charged. I think Musina, when they were responding, they touched on the issue of the high demand season. That's the season where ESCOM duplicate the invoice. It becomes very difficult to be able to pay the whole invoice in that month, because they double the figure which they invoiced to the municipality. But in the current financial year, I'm just happy that we managed to sell stamps to the community, wherein we have sold around 200 million, which had assisted in terms of boosting our viability as the municipality. So I'm hoping that with this cash flow that we have injected, we will be able to pass this high demand season without making arrangements. The high demand season, it is applicable in July, August, and September. That is the problematic period. But with the injection that we've made, we hope that in this year we're not going to have a problem. So another issue is a question to say why the municipality is stagnant on unqualified audit report. Why are we not improving to clean audit? Yeah, always each and every financial year, our objective is that we need to improve our audit opinion. But there is one issue which always recurs in the financial year audit reports. Issue around adjustment to the AFS. If you make adjustment to the financial statements, automatically from the Auditor General's point of view, you will not be able to get clean audit because you have made adjustment to the AFS. That is the only issue that is preventing Makado Municipality from moving from unqualified to clean audit. This financial year, you make adjustment on distribution losses. In the next financial year, you get distribution losses right. If you go and adjust the debtors, then it becomes a problem. That is basically the problem that prevent us from moving from unqualified to clean. So we are hoping that in the current financial year, with the exercise that we've done, when we are addressing the previous year issues raised by the AG, maybe we will, when the auditors, we will move from unqualified to clean audit. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
We're left with the Colin Shaban.
There was one question directed to the Speaker.
Okay, the question to the Speaker. Please respond.
In terms of the responsive of the Mayor, in terms of the report of the oversight, it was from the not for Colin Shaban, for all of us as speakers.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In terms of the responsive of Colin Shaban Mayor, in terms of the reports from the Oversight Committee, as Section 79 Portfolio Committee, we always sit on a monthly basis, checking the reports starting from the Section 71 reports. As the chairperson, in the absence of the chair, because you know our municipality is at grade 3, we don't have chair of chair. Section 79 is chaired by the Speaker. We develop a program. The chairpersons develop a program to monitor the projects in terms of the reports that the mayor tabled in the council. And even after Section 52, on a quarterly basis, our chairpersons of Portfolio Committee develop a program to monitor. And in terms of the Portfolio Committee in our municipality, all of them, they set, in the absence of the portfolio head, when there is a need in terms of the monitoring the projects, is where the portfolio head and the senior manager invited. On the other side here, MP committee, because Nayona, it falls as a special Section 79. When the MP committee scrutinized the annual report, our mayor always availed himself to the public participation and also to the public hearing. And in terms of public participation and public hearing is where we saw that our mayor is responsive in terms of the oversight report of our municipality. Thank you very much, Chairperson, because it was directed to us as speakers.
Or should we give to the...
No, she spoke on behalf of others.
Oh, she spoke on behalf of them.
Okay, continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for my speaker for the accolades. Yes, just a quick one, Chair. I reported during the presentation that out of the 36 wards in Collins Shabane, we have managed to construct 31 access roads in the out of the 36 wards. 31 access roads in rural areas out of 36. The other 5, they are under design. Currently, we have Masakona Ring Road, Tian Ring Road, Mukome Ring Road, Shitombone Ring Road, Jerome Ring Road, Mchebise Ring Road, and this one which have just been completed, Jimmy Jones. These are the projects which are underway as of now. I hope I've responded to the Honorable Mayor's question. I was just trying to more or less exercise my bragging rights that this is what we have achieved. Maybe in addition, Chair, just to indicate that we, as Collins Shabane Local Municipality, we are responding to the damage of internal streets caused by the heavy rains, which we had at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. We have launched our own local Dehara program, which is aimed at blading internal streets as well as graveling internal streets. It's going very well, where all the yellow plant of the municipality is taken to a particular ward to attend to the damaged internal streets. We have taken note, Chair, the advice you gave that we need to do something in terms of repairs and maintenance, which currently stands at 3.7% against the norm of 8%. We will definitely improve on that, and also to appreciate the opportunity given to us to make a presentation, as it encourages us to work harder and improve. Your advices are warmly welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Before I respond to the issues that are lined up, I wanted to highlight a technicality that cut across all this municipality. I think H.O. Debrat touched on it. The issue of debts owed to municipalities by sector department. He highlighted a technicality of them going to pay on properties that are registered in the name of Limpopo province. And that is a technicality that is going to hit us hard as local municipalities. I'll just give you a simple example of Collins Shabane. We have got schools that are being helped by Department of Public Works in terms of infrastructure. We are building those schools, and now when a bill is received, you are told we are disputing this because the properties are not registered. Now the question is, who is responsible for registering those properties? Because it is the same department that should make sure it registers those properties. So now, I'm sitting with a bill of 77 million to Public Works, which is being disputed because
those properties are not registered. But who is supposed to register those properties? And this is the correct forum to raise this thing. Because somebody behind me is sitting with a bill of 127 million to Department of Public Works. But they are saying we won't pay you because this is not registered, as confirmed by HOD Pratt. And whose responsibility is it to register those properties? And as Collins Shaban, I have included the 77 million in the budget. So if we are saying we have got a budget of 850 million, it included that 77 million. And we are one government in the name of DDM, sitting here, and we do not want to help each other in terms of paying each other. When they owe us, we owe the department, and we are just one government. And until this matter is resolved amicably, municipalities are still going to struggle. I mean, just imagine a small municipality like Collins Shaban being owed 120 million by two sector departments. Where do we go after this? It's just a direct collapse of your own baby that you created in 2016.
Small 31 access roads, yeah.
You see? so let me quickly touch on the issues raised. There was an issue of the review of annual financial statement, which is coupled, which is being said that the review and compilation is the same thing. And here is the issue. When we started in 2016, I also want to include the question you raised, Honorable Mato, of the technical people deployed by National Treasury. When we started in 2016, this municipality did not have employees. We had to employ people from the scratch. Hence, the deployment of those people from National Treasury, it assisted us a lot because we had to look at issues that were coming from Chulamela, on the other hand, the other one coming from Makati. We needed people with expertise, and those people assisted us a lot. In particular, if I may just highlight, from Chulamela, there were issues of development levy, which needed experts to clear those things so that our books look very good. Now, when we wanted to do AFS on our own, we didn't want just to do it just to please our principals. We wanted to do it gradually, to say now that we are doing it for the first time, let's do it, let's compile internally and have a heavy review from a consultant. Then in the next step, we will try to lighten the review in terms of the amount. And then in the third step, that is where we will do internally and also review internal. Because this thing of wanting to rush this thing, it can also hit hard on us. You find that the audit opinion, it just downgrade. The issue of the 10 townships, I think Honorable Machete touched on this. You know, the positive spin-offs. An establishment of a township on its own is an economic opportunity. You see jobs running there. The township will come with a lot of, you know, amenities from health, shopping complex, across. So on its own, it's an economic activity. And we have also classified our township. We don't just create townships in one name. They are classified and categorized. I'll give you an example of Nandoni, the one that we're doing together with the Mlenge Development Trust. That is an ecotourism estate. And we want it to look different from the Sasalaman one, because Sasalaman is a retail township, because we are selling a lot of groceries to people from Mozambique. Those who do not know, Sasalamani to Mozambique border is only 56 kilometers. So people from this other side of Mozambique, they come and shop from Sasalaman. So that township is going to be more of a retail. The last one as an example is the Mitititi one that we're starting that side, which is just next to the Kurga National Park. It's an ecotourism one. While Guyana is fighting to have a gate, Shangoni gate, on the other side. We are not worried about that, Tatemato. We have just put a township there in that gate. Let them take the gate, will benefit because we are putting a township there. So that is how we have categorized our townships. The other one at Conakron, where already a shopping mall has started, is an industrial one. You have seen the mall is there, Univen is coming there, the Masingita group of companies, because we're working with them. The grant that they are getting from a national department, it is because we are working with them, we have signed an MOU. So industries are going there at Majozi, Guzana township. So it's not just a one township or one size, they are categorized. The issue of, I think this is going to be the last one. The CFO will touch on the other issues. The issue of AFS improving. We have put in our new structure 2 key positions. We want to appoint a manager who will specifically deal with annual financial statements. We have got a group of young people who are currently doing the AFS internally. Now, this person that we're going to appoint must come with expertise in such a way that he or she is going to assist with the review. And I think the CFO will deal with other issues if I've left them.
She's covered.
Yeah. You must pay these people well, otherwise the big municipalities are going to take.
This one is dead. Oh.
The issue of
to
manager who said to be working on site is due to security reasons. Okay. She's a key witness on that VBS case. Since those time, she has been working from nowhere. We don't even know. We only communicate with her via emails. She will only call once in a while using other means of communication for security reasons. So, but we are having a plan as the municipality together with the CFO to say, because this is a critical issue and we have been founding to have unfunded budget, it might be one of the reasons. So we are engaging her and she agreed to be placed, which is the process that we are currently doing. Only engaging her through emails, she agreed that yes, you can place me. In fact, she's waiting to be placed, so we're still looking for any position that we can place her so that we can have somebody who will be dealing with the budget with internally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think I will just speak in Sahanano. Where Olaya Mabela Sota Chimo at the Durka Chivenda Barmin Kanakastonga. But what it means is that it doesn't mean when you spend 2 hours in the field, it means you'll have more cons. One can go at 12 footwork and still make bags full of cons. So government chairman, my role must take more time, and I would just like to extend my appreciation for honorable members who managed to be here, those who were with us before, and because they've also made this day a success. In particular to you municipalities, starting out our leaders, mayors, speakers, those who are here, chief whips, our municipal managers and CFOs, all of you in various capacities at the municipalities. We really appreciated that when you were called, you honored the call. You didn't find my partner here. If he was here, you'll ask Waterbeck. Yeah. It was a very tense moment. If you didn't get the story, because the way you honored this invitation, you really avoided many embarrassments, because your team will be sent back right away, and you'll be told that you'll incur all the expenses, because you've been called, you did not respect the call of the portfolio committees. But we really indeed appreciate that you honor this, and it was not for just compliance, as I said, well, just for an oversight. The intention is that is to help each other, in particular where there are gaps, so that we finally find each other, particularly on the struggling side financially. That's why I'm going to give, before I come to the conclusion, our two heads of the departments to have a bite, so that they can also show what they've managed to grab during the presentation and the interventions that might be in place very soon to assist.
Thanks again, Chair, and thanks very much for the opportunity. And I think this type of meeting is certainly helping us as Treasury and as CoGHSTA. A lot of the past years we submitting our Section 71 reports, and we've never had this sort of engagement. So we really appreciate that leadership from the committee. Chair, just on the rates and taxes, or the debts, let's call it the debts. We acknowledge that the property registration is an issue, but Public Works is working with that, and that will be part of our response to the Minister also. Because someone needs to pay it, whether it's us or national, but that decision needs to be given in a, can I say, in a correct manner, because the Property Rates Act is prescribes that the owner is liable for the rates and tax, and we're not the owner. It could be national. And that we got to do a survey general, and there's a whole lot of processes that are underway and quite advanced stage already. So we just need to agree that these are the properties, this is the amount, so that when we get to that stage we can agree to pay. It's not then still going back to reconciliate the issues. So we really want to, in this phase, is to reconcile what we owe, what we agree is due by Public Works or even our education departments for services, and other departments like health. I mean, you can look at Mankweng Hospital. It's not our property, it's Limpopo, but we've got the hospital on there. So we've got to deal with that for Polokwane also. It's massive debt that's there on the Mankweng Hospital. So we've got to just try and compartmentalize these things and chew that elephant one by one, so that we all know together where we are in this process. But I think a lot of it's already advanced. If we can just reconcile and understand and give us those properties that you've got as billed to us but not ours, that we can then sort it out with the Deeds Office and National Public Works or the Department of Rural and Land Reform. So we're really in this together. We're not trying to push it away. We acknowledge that these debts need to be paid, but at the same time we must know that the accounts that have been given to us are correct, not only to the correct person, but in terms of the correct values. And we're finding mistakes on that also. So we really need to just try and clean this up. And it's going to be small rats and mice that are left behind, but the big one is going to be the registration of properties. But let me assure you that we don't want our equal share to be withheld, so we're certainly going to do what we got to do. And we're really pleading for your cooperation as municipalities to help us reconcile and at least get a map way forward that we can clear this thing up once and for all. And as the Honourable Member said, we must now start on a 30-day payment, and we'll start measuring that. In our 30-day payment, we don't pick that up because it's mainly Public Works. And these debts have been lying there for years, and the current ones have been paid. So we still look like we're paying everything on time, but we've got these massive debts that we need to deal with. And we've got to deal with that, and I think this is certainly a step in the right direction. So my real plea is that municipalities just work with us in the next, I know you're busy with your financials, that's why we've stepped back a bit. But from Tuesday next week, hopefully we can just reconcile these accounts and get something that we both agree to and sign off, that these ones we know that you're going to pay by September, this one we're going to agree on how to take it forward, and that we can work together in trying to resolve these debts. But I think really want to appreciate the comments that have been made. We'll certainly follow up on the water tanker issue also. And through the Executive Mayor, I don't think you've been writing to me, maybe to National Treasury, but it's something that we say we want to help. So please just bring it to us and we can also engage. If it has come to my office or to Limpopo Treasury, then please just give me that contact person so that I can follow it up. Because we got to push it up at national. As the Honourable Member said, I mean, there must be a service level agreement and we must hold them accountable. Or a way out of that contract if they're not delivering as prescribed in the contract. So we'll certainly want to help you on those matters. But thank you very much for this opportunity, and we'll certainly work together with you, and good luck with your audits. We've got the weekend to really crunch the numbers, and Monday I trust we'll all submit like we did last year. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, good luck.
Thank you very much, our HODs. I think the ruling power, particularly on who must register the assets. That one is a key issue. It has been there for many years. We thought because we have left the offices, it has been done. Like when we come to the ESCOM, most of the time the crisis you come across with is that they don't want to hand over certain sections of the areas in the name of infrastructure, saying it is their infrastructure, therefore they cannot hand over. Those have been a problem for so many years. But I think with the interventions that has been proposed, as our HODs are here to make sure that all these things that have been put in place are implemented. Where not possible, always share how to do it better. Honorable members, more about the family. We're on item number 6. On item number 7, I think we all agree that we've come to the end of the session. Thank you very much. But there will be an announcement from our officials, because if you don't do this, it will be very wrong. Who's going to do the announcement?
Thank you very much. The lunch will be where we eat breakfast early in the morning. We can use this road, or we can take our cars, because I think it's time, so we can go that side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In our normal practice, this side, culturally, as I said before, we should have opened with a prayer. Therefore, we cannot pray. Good luck, safe journey back home. Baie dankie, ons waardeer dit.